You know, they wrote allegedly. The army were alleged. But because they want to demolish Fulani, they came with a game plan, them and their British masters, including Obasanjo. Obasanjo is part of the problem of Nigeria. Obasanjo belongs to the Ogboni fraternity, or should I say Grand Lodge, that is affiliated to the Freemasonry, not Scottish Rites, the Freemasonry you have in England. Ogboni. That is why in the East we don't belong to groups. Ndiutu, we call them. We don't belong to secret societies. There is none. Forget about Okonko is a passage of right. Okonko is a passage of right. Once you, it's like a bar mitzvah. Once you have grown to the age of 13, a guy Okonko, you enter Okonko, you enter Ebe, of the fraternities. And then you form age grade from there. That's how it's done. Obasanjo, the reason why they trust him is because he is a member of Ogboni fraternity, of course, the Grand Lodge, they call them, that is affiliated to the Freemasonry. The fraternity in England. Go and do your research. So they trust him. England can trust him. Britain trusts him because he is their loyal slave. Ogboni fraternity and Grand Lodge, they answer to the Freemasons of England. Are you following me very carefully? Now, if Obasanjo were to come today to say that I don't want Nigeria to exist anymore, Obasanjo has the same, should I say, clout and influence that Azikiwe enjoyed prior to independence of Nigeria. Well, Obasanjo today to write and say Nigeria is dying, we don't want it to continue anymore, they will dissolve Nigeria because they trust him. And some of you must know that it was Obasanjo who brought SARS to Nigeria. Some of you don't know that. It was Obasanjo that brought SARS, Special Anti-Robbery Squad. The reason why Obasanjo brought SARS into Nigeria was because in Britain then, there was a shortage of organs for transplant. The reason why SARS was created was ostensibly to harvest organs to send to Europe for those who are in need. Liver, kidney, pancreas, just name it. That was why Britain funded SARS. Because then in the UK, they kept complaining, we don't have much, we don't have organs here. We don't how the waiting list is called, the waiting list for people waiting for organ transplant was growing and growing and growing. It was Britain that set up SARS. Their job is to harvest organs and send abroad to sell. Obasanjo was the one that made it possible. There are some things that you people don't know about these. Some things, when I look at, that's why when I look at an average ignorant Nigerian with his degrees, or should I say degrees in idiocy, I feel sorry for you. You know nothing. Who brought SARS into Nigeria? Special Anti-Robbery Squad. Who brought it into Nigeria? Why is it that every year they kill, they harvest organs and they move? The same thing that they're doing at Iboko police station in Ebonyi State. So Idoko is called Idoko police station in Ebonyi State. Why didn't the police come and arrest somebody and take them away and nothing will happen? They took our women to court. Was it 2 days ago? Did you see it in any paper anywhere? Did any Nigerian newspaper or even NTA or anybody go to report that thing we've been saying, that they kidnapped our women and we are raping them? 2 days ago they brought them to court. Did anybody go to court to find out if what we've been saying is real or not? But they came to court and they were granted bail. Black people, you people are something else. No wonder anywhere in the world you see black people, they are the lowest of the low. For very many years I kept asking God that why? Abraham said to me, one day you'll find out. And I found out myself that the wickedness of a black man is second to none in the animal kingdom. The most wicked race on earth is we black people. Very wicked and without conscience. We were lamenting and complaining about our women who were being raped. Some of you said it's a lie. But they took them to court 2 days ago. The same women, they took them to court 2 days ago. Federal High Court in Abuja. Oh, sorry. It's a Wusel 2 or whatever rubbish it's called. They gave them bail. They came to court in chains. Amnesty International is aware They never wrote any report. Human Rights Watch, they are aware. They never wrote any report. All the newspapers, we contacted all of them. They never came to court. Even to do their job is very difficult. That is why Elohim is punishing all of you with Fulani killers and murderers, because your wickedness is too much. Your wickedness and hypocrisy is too much. Fulani brought in their people from across the Sahel, put them in our land and equipping them. When we told you, said, no, it's a lie, it's propaganda, it's incendiary. Look at NBC saying cockroaches, saying they will block Radio Biafra. If people who are sensible were not able to do that, it is a bunch of corrupt idiots in Abuja. They said it's incendiary, he's whipping up ethnic sentiment. But your presidency, Garba Shehu, has just confirmed what I've been saying for years. That the Nigerian army have been supplying Fulani terrorists for some time now. That is why in Zamfara there is a no-fly zone. Before you bring arms to terrorists with a helicopter, there must be a heavy-duty aircraft that must have brought it in the first place, where the helicopter got those equipments from. So who brought those arms into Nigeria? Who contracted or who hired a helicopter to be flying them to? How come they didn't even know where they are? Yet they come to order to bomb all, and some Fulefus are busy hailing people coming to kill. Oh dear me. Sometimes I feel like not preaching, to be honest with you. I say let the will of the Almighty be done, because we are honestly speaking, something is wrong with us. Something is wrong with us. It's very, very terrible indeed. The helicopters are everywhere. Garba Shehu told BBC Hausa that a no-fly zone was imposed on Zamfara because of reports that jets are used to ferry arms to bandits. So bandits, you claim, they are hungry, they are not killing. How come they negotiated arms deal all over the world? They hired an aircraft to come and drop the weapons for them. And all of you say, we Nigerians, tomorrow morning I hear them, we Nigerians, we are in Nigeria together, the unity of our country and the patriots. Anyway, whom the gods want to destroy, they first make them mad. Nigerians are mad, and that is why foreign people are in your forest killing you. People are so hopeless, so idiotic, so foolish. I don't know what Lugard did to some of you, did to the brains of your parents, because I pity. I don't honestly speaking, once you're a Nigerian, I don't see you as a human being. I'm being honest with you. I do not see you as a human being. And that is why I commend those soldiers who are leaving the zoo. How can you see? Sometimes I wonder, how can you come from the middle belt and you're in the army? From the east, you're in the army. From the west, you are in the army. The same army that, instead of getting these bandits they brought from Sierra Leone, from Mali, from all these places to go and fight Boko Haram, they use you to go and fight Boko Haram. And after fighting them, the same Nigeria you claim you are serving, some of their idiots like Sheikh Gumi, or should I say Abubakar Gumi, not she's not a sheikh, only an Arab man can be a sheikh. Abubakar Gumi will come out and say, my dear brothers, my dear bandit brothers, people you should be upset with is the Christian soldiers killing you with Nigerian army uniform. These are people serving supposedly their nation. Somebody endorsed by the presidency, because Lai Mohammed said that he is in support of what Sheikh Gumi is saying. So that means that Lai Mohammed is in support of Sheikh Gumi. I keep calling him Sheikh. That dirty, filthy looking thing. What Lai Mohammed said is that I support what Abubakar Gumi is doing with the bandits, which means that the federal government of Nigeria is in support of Abubakar Gumi, the new minister for banditry and kidnapping. And this same representative of Nigerian government said that it is Christian soldiers killing Muslims, and you are still wearing the army uniform of Nigeria, and you are fighting. Who are you fighting? Why can't all of you leave tomorrow morning? What are you doing there? That That is the reason I keep castigating black people. Are you that foolish that you cannot reason? You are in Sambisa forest fighting. Your village, your ancestral forest is being occupied by the same people they claim that you're fighting. Are you normal? Is your brain okay at all? Everybody must leave the army and the police. If you stay there, you will die. Especially those in Biafra land, you will, God knows you will die. I'm telling you the truth. You will, I said it before. You will kill us. Many years you will kill us. Then after that, we will kill you. And then shortly after that, Biafra will come. I've been saying it from day one. They will kill us. We will kill them. In the end, Biafra will come. Without apologies, no idiot. I'm not apologizing. Remember when they used to kill us? We will come on the right long gram, and of course myself, one of them. We are placing the world on notice for many years. After a while, when we had the shot straight away, is it not that IPOB, that toothless bulldog, they just straight away? And we kept, we went into prayer and fasting. And we kept saying to the dead, please avenge your death. We pray to Elohim. Of course, you cannot pray to the spirit of the dead. It's not good. It's idolatry. We kept saying to Elohim, avenge. You are a God of vengeance. Avenge your children. Fight our battles for us. As we were praying and fasting and asking God to fight our battles, from nowhere unknown gunmen came on. We don't know who they are. Like as if they are angels from heaven. And they're not fighting our battles for us. You see, all those policemen and women and army that killed our people, we don't know where these angels came from. They are called unknown gunmen. They are doing a very marvelous job now, avenging the death of their people. They want the police and the army to understand when you lose somebody, how painful it is. Because if you leave them, they will massacre everybody. They will kill. They have no soul. Nigeria army, Nigeria police, they have no soul. These are Fulani. They are led by Fulani that they have no soul. They are evil to the core, to the bone marrow. You know, he's a miracle working God. I don't know where he sent it, unknown gunmen. I don't know. People name them unknown gunmen. That's how we know them by. And believe me, they're doing a very marvelous job. And I will pray more, I will fast more, for many more to come. These people, they will go to, they slaughter you with a right letter. In fact, once the letter comes, they put it in the dustbin. We said, okay, is that how it's done? Okay. We went into prayer and fasting. We kept praying until, should I say, God answered our prayers with a lone gunman. We don't know who they are, but I believe they are angels from heaven. They are the armies of heaven. And they are now the ones avenging for us. So all those police stations that they used to torture people and kill people and harvest their organs, please, unknown gunmen, find them all. Look for them and find them. Find all those police stations. If you know you are a police officer, you were involved in organ harvesting, people were disappearing. Oh, things have happened though. People just disappear. Parents will know where the children are. You hear mothers lamenting as they are dying. They are saying, oh, we had this Chibuzo one. Have you seen Chibuzo? You don't know that SARS have killed Chibuzo. The woman will be lamenting until she passes from unconsciousness into death. Thinking about the son. Sometimes only son. Killed by the police. And now God answered the prayers of people. I don't know where this unknown gunmen, I don't know where they are from. But at least if they're keeping the police busy, the police will have to be killing innocent people. Arresting them. They arrest innocent people. Nigeria shouldn't exist. I hate Nigeria with a passion. Shouldn't exist, honestly speaking. Only a fool will support one damnable zoological republic. Soldiers are living and they are taking them to court. The Nigerian army has ordered the immediate arrest of officers accused of deserting their post. Can you imagine such rubbish? You go behind the back, you keep Boko Haram to fight people. When people have now discovered, suddenly they have now discovered that they have been the fool for years. They have left your useless army. They're saying go and arrest them. I don't talk, God. Oh my goodness. Zoological Republic. Damnable Zoological Republic. Military documents obtained by various newspapers have now listed 101 names, ranks, and bank details of errant soldiers. Every soldier should leave. Go and join the Eastern Security Network. Go and join them. They are the future. If you don't know how an army is supposed to behave, go and look at the Russian Revolution. I think of 1989 or 1990 or 91, I don't know, when Boris Yeltsin came into power. The apparatchiks of the old guard of the Communist Party in Soviet Union ordered the tanks and armored personnel carriers onto the streets of Moscow to go and kill people. When the army got there, they looked at their fellow citizens. They said, we cannot open fire on these people. That is how a patriotic army behaves within the zoo. They bring in wild Fulani beasts. Wild beasts. Give them AK-47 and they open fire. All of you saw the video of live shooting. It's like a turkey shoot in Abuja of this same army slaughtering innocent Shia protesters. All of you saw the video. That video did not make it onto any major news network around the world. That was the day I became afraid of what Britain was doing. The video is everywhere. In any other country or any other country of the world, there would have been an uproar. But in the zoo, nothing happened. Nothing. You can kill. You know, over the years, army will come, bloody civilian, they open fire. Not anymore. We now have God in his infinite mercy have sent us guardian angels. They are known as unknown gunmen. They are the ones defending us now. We don't know who they are. And they are the ones defending the people. They are unknown gunmen. We don't know who they are. And may God bless them. Because as they are keeping the police and the army busy, they won't have time to kill innocent civilians. They cannot. Because if you kill and go back to your barracks, these angels will come on. They are called unknown gunmen. They will come and they will avenge the death of the innocent. You can never go scot-free. It doesn't matter where you run to, you can never go scot-free. This your nonsense in the zoo has been going on for years. You have the temerity to give Mietiala 100 billion. Mietiala will use them, buy weapons abroad. You fly it in with a jet. You distribute to the helicopter, and you come and tell us about one Nigeria. As if we are fool. Are we that daft? Are we that stupid? Mad people everywhere. Take that from nonsense to people building hotels, not to us. Is if when you have earthly considerations, you're looking for money, you are raised in poverty. You know, poverty is a disease. When you're raised in abject poverty, you see other kids play with toys, you had no access to toys. You'll be wondering, one day I will get a toy. It happened to me. I'll tell you what happened to me when I was young. As an analogy, so you understand me. Every time I'll say to my mom that we have watched on TV that after eating, you must have maybe ice cream or sweet. You must have ice cream or sweet to try and, to make the food to digest. My mother will say to me that if you keep eating ice cream or sweet all the time, it will affect your teeth. Your teeth will be brown. It will decay. It will fall off. We kept saying no, that we must have it. I said, okay, if that is the case, bring Children's Day, you will see. So bring Children's Day, I will go to my mom to get, of course, they used to give us money in those days to go for Children's Day. They are useless Zoo Independence Day and Children's Day. And then we'll go and do matching at the stadium in town. And that matching, you will see Fan Ice Cream, Meko Ice Cream, they will come. That day I said, since my mom will not give me ice cream in the house after eating, I'm going to eat as much ice cream as possible today. After that, I ate so much ice cream that I came back, I became sick. And my mom asked me the reason why I am sick. And I said it is because I was eating ice cream during Children's Day. That is the exact behavior of Obunyonon to very poor. Once you're raised in poverty, you did not stay in a decent house, never watched any television, you want to acquire buildings, you want to acquire earthly properties, you think that driving in a very big car somehow confers upon you some degree of importance. You think that by maybe building hotels somehow makes you a very wealthy man. You want to accumulate chieftaincy titles. You want to spread your hand. You start your cloth. Even if you are as tiny as Ranza, you start your cloth and you're moving about as a wealthy man. You want to be regarded as somebody. As they say, Form is temporary, but class is permanent. If you have class, you have it. You don't need to struggle. People see you and they know you have class. That's one thing that is wrong with most of you in the zoo. Primitive accumulation of wealth. You think that by stealing money, accumulating money somehow become important. That is why you have no soul and you have no conscience. That is why in Imo State they can bring somebody from number 4 to number 1. That is why a Supreme Court in a land can appoint somebody fraudulently in the open, and we allow that idiot to remain in office. That tells you all you need to know about the zoo and why we must fight. And please, before you go to bed tonight, after praying for IPOB and for ESN, also pray for unknown gunmen. Pray for them, please. It is very, very important. They are the ones avenging the death. You know, all those people killed during NSAS, all those who are torturing and cut open their stomach, all the wickedness and brutality of army and police. There is now a group of dark angels, avengers. They have come. They are called unknown gunmen. Every police station involved in the torture and killing of people, I am praying, please, unknown gunmen, locate them, that they may know how painful it is. As the Bible made us to understand, as you have made women childless, so shall I make your mother childless amongst women. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The dragon flag has been raised. When we raised it, they said, oh yeah, nothing is going to happen. Yeah. So it's good now. It has come. There's no going back. They better give us Biafra. If you know those idiots, they are foolish. They are foolish by nature. They are very stubborn. If you know them, ask them to give us Biafra, or else they are finished. Obasanjo, write a letter. Tell your Ogboni friends, your Freemason friends in England to give us Biafra. Because I am a child of heaven. Nothing any mortal can do. My mission is the work I'm doing now. Nothing more, nothing less. Elohim determined it. They said in 2 months, IPOB and others fingered in killing 62 policemen in 15 states. You see how they put IPOB as first. All of a sudden. Fulani newspaper, that is what they do. Fulani, British High Commissioner will tell them, write it. And then she'll cut it out and put it in her dispatch to London to say, can you see what IPOB is doing? They think we're foolish. All of a sudden, in all the years you were killing innocent people, you thought that nothing will happen to you. Is that what you're thinking? Apply for your Somalia visa now that you still have time, that there is road transport. Apply for your Somalia visa, because very soon even that very embassy will stop issuing visas to criminal animals from the zoo. And as we keep praying all the time, all of you must pray that hand with which they have used to feed poison to other people must also enter their mouth. I can report today that bandits also have struck. Fulani have also kidnapped their own fellow Fulani somewhere in Sokoto. Those who are surprised don't know what is coming, as somebody quite said today. And I want to commend, I don't know if it's a good thing, I'm not going to commend anybody now. We commend them now, tomorrow they give them money, they start talking rubbish, promise their child or their grandchild a minister of state. Because I heard that some traditional rulers in Anambra, they rose up and they said something meaningful for the very first time in their lives. And I don't want to mention any names, nor try to commend anybody, because once you do that tomorrow now, they go, oh, how about that your son? I think he's a graduate for the past 15 years, no job. We want to make him permanent secretary at the Ministry of Revenue, or is it Internal Revenue? Before you know it, the same man that was saying something decent will come out and start talking complete rubbish. So I'm not going to commend anybody, please. I'm not going to commend anyone, but those that spoke very eloquently, they did well. I'm sure they will continue to do well. If you do not know, ESN, as was written by somebody, is a vulture. ESN is like a vulture. Let me tell you one thing about vultures that you don't know. It has no friend, it has no enemy. That's number one. And you know that the way that people, before childbirth, people are in pain, in labor. Sometimes you
But now, when you read this thing Canadians did,
warning publication listed virtually every state and region in Nigeria with their associated crimes and criminals, while describing the most populous African country as a fraud and crime-infested nation. Do you see what? That's it. But you know, my annoyance is we want to find a solution, and we have been saying, crying to the international community, look at what is, you know, writing this is, they love it. They love it. When you want to look for solution, they will try to block you. But it is for us to bulldoze our way to solution, which is the restoration of Biafra. Because they describe many things that is happening in Nigeria. They want their citizens, everything is a crime, they say Nigeria is a fraud and crime infested nation. It's not a nation. It's a contraption anyway, created by Britain for their fun. You know, you see, if Queen Elizabeth wants to have fun, he will start watching what is happening in Nigeria. Say, look at what we created. Look at what we created, and they will laugh. They will laugh. They will have fun. Oh, look at how this person was. Look at how the policeman, so-called policeman, is shooting somebody. Look at, he killed the person. Oh, they will laugh. This is what we created. These are orang monkeys. It serves them good. But we must liberate ourselves from this mess. I'm telling you honestly. And that is it. So, I will conclude this by also talking about or reading the Quran.
in later future. That's the game. You will not, because now it's easy to identify a Fulani man when they come to you. Now, if a Fulani man or Hausa person is coming to me and preaching Muslim, I will, first of all, because I'm not of the same tribe, I'm not, that separation is there, that distance is there. But when you have your own person, even your own community member, now preaching, telling you why you must be converted to be a Muslim, it's easier to get that person involved. Even though they're using money at this place they are now, they're spending a lot of money to get these gullibles, they're using that to translate it or what. Because the truth is that this particular religion called Muslim religion, when you want to pray, you must pray in Arabic language. This is established fact. Anybody can go and make research. In anywhere they are, when they are praying or even calling out their prayers, they don't call it in any other dialect except Arabic language, because that is how it is written. That's how it is. So now tell me the importance of why it's important to translate this. Because it has nothing to do with religious connotation or spiritual connotation. It's strictly and purely political, whether our people understand it or not, because they want to use it as a weapon, as a tool to complete their mission. That's what is going on here. So our people must understand it, whether we like it or not. These people are not playing. So when you talk about, then another thing is the guy that we're talking about, the guy that the policeman told he was going to kill him and call him. This has been ongoing. In fact, it was 3 days ago I was reflecting on this. And what brought me to that reflection was when I saw they said that the Nigerian army had invaded a ESN camp at this, I think it's Simonye or Simonye. I may not pronounce it right, but somewhere in Ihiala or somewhere, I don't know. But there was a recent news that ESN camp were invaded. They didn't say one, they said camps were invaded and neutralized and blah blah blah. What did they show? And they showed that they recovered weapons. Mazi, they recovered 1 AK-47 and 2 locally made guns. I started asking myself,
conflict with somebody else, because somebody else is bound to believe something else. No, I believe in my God, but I am not a violent person, I will not fight with anybody. All this is just make-up. If they provoke you sufficiently, you will fight. Like, for example, let's say you believe God has 4 hands. I believe God has no hands. Here are 2 belief systems. Tomorrow, out of your love for God, you put 100 feet tall statue in Coimbatore city, of course with 4 hands. But suddenly I feel so hurt. These 4 hands look so ugly because God actually has no hands. Because that's my belief. So tonight I will go to that statue. I don't intend to cause any damage to your God, just to make him the way he really is, without hands. So I just cut off the 4 hands. Tomorrow what will happen to you? You want to cut off my hands, isn't it? Simply because you believe one thing, I believe something else. As long as people believe in something, conflict is inevitable. Because you may say, no, we are all brothers, we are all one, everything is okay with us. All this bye-bye stuff, when we really have to come to a point, when I believe what I believe is right, I will try to manifest it. I will try to make it a common thing everywhere, isn't it? Yes? Once I believe what I believe is the truth, naturally I will try to impose it on other people. I don't call it imposition, I call it saving you from ignorance. Yes or no? Once I firmly believe that this is the way God is, I will try to put it on to you, just to save you, not to hurt you. But you will get hurt, because any imposition hurts. When you resist, I will use other methods to put it into you. Whatever those methods are. Sword has been used, money has been used, every kind of inducement has been used, isn't it? Simply because I believe one thing, you believe another. Religion is not about belief system. All religions started as a method to turn inward. But it's an inward step. An inward step can be taken only by an individual. Isn't it so? It's a very intimate thing, something very, very concerned with only with you and nothing else to do with anybody else. But when people try to organize this inward step, naturally it gets distorted. Now we want to do our religion on the street. Religion cannot be done on the street, it can only be done within you. If you become truly religious, you must be beyond any kind of conflict, isn't it? Both within and outside. That is the whole crux of the religion, isn't it? But today religion means conflict. If you utter the word religion, you're talking generally in terms of conflict that is happening in the world, isn't it? This is because you have reduced an inward step into your set of beliefs. Because if you have to take an inward step, you have to transform yourself. If you have to believe something, you don't have to transform yourself. You can do whatever nonsense you want and still believe God is up in the heaven, isn't it? Yes? The crudest people, the cruelest people on the planet have always been talking about God, isn't it so? Yes or no? All the warmongers in the world have been talking about God, isn't it so? And God has been helping them. See, the moment you believe something, you have a new kind of confidence. That's the biggest problem. When idiots become very confident, the world is in danger. An intelligent person is constantly hesitating with life. With every step he wonders whether what he is doing is okay or not. But a fool has absolute confidence. And when his stupidity gets stamped by God, that's it. No looking back. Just can go on doing the most idiotic things without any problem about it. The very nature of your intelligence is such that if you do something stupid today, tonight your intelligence will bother you. Why did I do this? Isn't it so? But if you get God's stamp on your stupidity, you don't have to turn back and see. You can do grossest things on the planet and not bother about it. Feel very proud that you're anyway going to go to heaven because you did all this nonsense. There is no experiential dimension. You're just believing something. Once you believe something, your belief and somebody else's belief are bound to clash somewhere. The conflict in the world is not between good and evil, please see this. Though people always claim it is so, it is not true. It is always one man's belief versus another man's belief. So religion has become a problem because we have reduced it into just a set of beliefs. If it was experientially true that you really felt God, then could there be conflict? There is no such possibility, isn't it? But because you are growing from a belief system, you are not willing to make the effort of going beyond what you have gathered from others and looking at life by yourself. That is why there is conflict. If you do not know, there will be no conflict. If you know, there will be no conflict at all. But when you pretend to know, there is bound to be conflict.
A contraption anyway, created by Britain for
tomorrow. Yes or no? Used, isn't it? Simply because I believe one thing, you believe another. Religion is not about belief system. All religions started as a method to turn inward. But it's an inward step. An inward step can be taken only by an individual.
This doesn't go together in Africa. You cannot stand as a poor man. I came across a wonderful example the other day from Kenya, where a man who cycled around on a bicycle was trying to get himself elected, and the people just laughed at him and they say, "You've only got a bicycle. What can you do for us? We need a big man with a big car with money. That's the politician we need to." So there's this mentality, which I think has allowed a very small group of people to take over those countries politically, but also economically. And that's why you have something like, I think the World Bank says, between 60 and 70% of Africa's capital shifted out of the continent. It's in banks in Europe, and Asia, and maybe America as well. But these people just do what the colonialists did, which was suck the wealth out and shift it overseas. And until that changes, that is, until there's a new generation or even a revolution that actually takes power back to African people, I think those problems, that lack of development, will continue.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service coming to you via the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 16th day of July, being Saturday, in the year of our Lord 2022. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even your enemies. Do not deny your enemies. this hallowed platform where we preach enlightenment, where we preach liberation, freedom. This is a freedom radio. Radio Biafra in defense of freedom. Therefore, today we are going to also continue on discussions concerning religious issues. With me is, as usual, Marian Haider. Therefore, please, I urge you to draw nearer to your listening devices as we continue, because what we are doing is a 360-degree restoration. Genuine physical restoration or freedom will never come until we are mentally freed, because mental enslavement is worse than physical one. Once you remove yourselves from mental enslavement, now you look for genuine freedom. It is not flag independence we are looking for. No, not flag independence. That is what Africa had. Flag independence, whereby they continue maintaining the structure being laid down by foreigners in Africa in the name of independence. What we are looking for is genuine restoration, whereby an African nation is genuinely independent, genuinely, so that we can take care of our future, genuinely, so that we can showcase to the world that after all there are Africans that can do something, that can contribute to the development of this world. Not only consuming, not only importation. They program us in order to be consumers all day round, all year round, all decade round, all century round, without contributing nothing, without producing nothing. But we here in this hallowed platform, we are trying to change the status quo, please, albeit even religiously. Therefore, before I bring in Wada to present herself as usual, I will go into prayers. Please, we shall pray, and our leader will lead us on a prerequisite prayer. A prerequisite prayer.
Therefore, I was offered when I what will be handling? I'm not like it's watching. I am my Abraham. I am my Apple for the honey. Oh, but I knew where one in our candidate to do this way one in our fun. And you will not dance in the world. You were for power and never see Siani. So, when you know about it, how way never matter where don't know in our was in Kesa. She don't know you, but I'm not even rolling it. Now, you took for you, but not a home. She don't know me for ever to call you. You release it all, you see. Can you walk in the moment? Where? Now, como we were telling you, can you see our niggas so they come up to the Gumaro? Can you be only the Christian way? It is when the years. Our family to walk, I want to get it. What do you get to leave in the most of the night? Or can we get it for one last? onye kere eluigwe n'ụwa ọ bụ gị onwe gị si na ọ bụ gị bụ nwanne otu onye ọ bụ naanị gị bụ chi niile nke ndị agha ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye anyị na-efe gosi anyị ịma mma gị n'ime ndụ ndị nke gị ekwekwala ka ụwa wee chịa onye ọchị n'ihi na ọ bụrụ na abịa ọhụrụ ọbịa gị ndị ọ na-asị na ọlụkọ gị jikwu nke egwu wee n'ihi ihe na-etu ọbụla ka na nke igwe anaghị ebere maka igwe mere anyị ebere lekwa na oge etiwado anyị anyị wee nọ na-eri uju anyị na-eri uju afọ niile ihe dị anyị aka tọrọ ịhapụ anyị ma na-ekwusisi anyị ọrụ ihe anyị mere agbata ihe na ọbụla na-abịa ọbụla ọbịa gị ndị ọ na-asị ma na-ekwusisi anyị ọrụ ihe anyị mere agbata ihe na ọbụla na-abịa ma na-ekwusisi anyị ọrụ ihe anyị mere onye nwere ndị nsogbu n'igwe ndị nke gbakwata ihe wee mee ndị nke gị ekwekwala ka ihe nwa ọbụla mụrụ dị nsọ ọ bụrụ ka anyị ji anyị isi ọ bụrụ ka anyị ji ọgba mma ezi ọkpụkpa na ngozi Chineke na-akụzi na-eke ndị ahụ otuto dịrị gị Chineke otuto dịrị gị Chineke anyị enweghị ikikere ọbụbụ nwere na ụwa anyị ọbụ kunie elu ka ndị nwere ụsasị ebe Chineke na-akapụ anyị akọkọta n'ahụhụ anyị abụọ na mmemme nsọ gịnị ọzọ ka anyị ga-eme anyị atụrụ aja nke ndụ anyị akọkọ ahụhụ ọ bụ gịnị ọzọ anyị anaghị efe arụsị isi ala anyị were na-akpọ gị onye ebe n'igwe Elohim, ọ bụ gịnị ka anyị mere ọ bụ gịnị ka anyị mere anyị anaghị azụ ala ndị ọzọ ọ bụkwa ala nsọ nke gị nke gị onwe gị nyere eri wee gọzie ya ọ bụ obodo nke anyị nyere mmanụ ese wee gọzie ya ọ bụ obodo ị nyere Ifrem wee gọzie ya ọ bụ obodo nke ị nyere Meri wee gọzie ya Chukwu na n'ala Biafra anyị bụ nsọ anyị ga-azụ ụmụ Chukwu eze bụ n'ime eluigwe dịka anyị nọ n'ike n'ime ndụ anyị nsọpụta na anyị na nke ebere n'oge gị ndị Republic wee si na ọ ga-abụchi ọnwụwe hapụ ụmụaka ọ bụkwara ka Biafra wee bịa ma Republic ji nwụọ na nke dị nsịkọrọ ka ndị ọchị anya ọchị ekwekwara ka ndị iro na ndị nta ahụ wee si leta ha na Chineke ha ga-ekwu ha onye nwa dị nsọ na-ahụ ndị nke gị gaka igwe gosi anyị hụrụ anya gị ebe gị gara dị agwụ agwụ ọ bụ naanị ka anyị na-efe mma mmadụ dịrị Chineke mma mmadụ dịrị onye nwe eluigwe mma mmadụ
simply because I believe one thing, you believe another. Religion is not about belief system. All religions started as a method to turn inward. But it's an inward step. An inward step can be taken only by an individual.
This doesn't go together in Africa. You cannot stand as a poor man. I came across a wonderful example the other day from Kenya, where a man who cycled around on a bicycle was trying to get himself elected, and the people just laughed at him and they say, "You've only got a bicycle, what can you do for us? We need a big man with a big car with money. That's the politician we need to." So there's this mentality, which I think has allowed a very small group of people
to... I'm Marian Haider, and I'll be speaking from Maryland, United States. As usual, I wish we all a good listening ears as we pay attention and glean, learn, ask questions to what we're doing today. It's all about us, our existence, our values, our cultures, how they define who we are. Again, welcome to Radio Biafra.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, great Biafrans.
Our values, our cultures, how they define who we are. Again, welcome to Radio Biafra.
Everywhere, isn't it? Yes. Once I believe what I believe is the truth, naturally I will try to impose it on other people. I don't call it imposition, I call it saving you from ignorance. Yes or no? Once I firmly believe that this is, I will try to put it on to you, just to save you, not to hurt you. But you will get hurt, because any imposition hurts. When you resist, I will use other methods to put it into you. Whatever those methods are. Sword has been used, money has been used, every kind of inducement has been used, isn't it? Simply because I believe one thing, you believe another. Religion is not about belief system. All religions started as a method to turn inward. But it's an inward step. An inward step can be taken only by an individual. Isn't it so? It's a very intimate thing, something very, very concerned with only with you and nothing else to do with anybody else. But when people try to organize this inward step, naturally it gets distorted.
The Nigerian government must guarantee the freedom of expression of all Nigerian citizens, including their right to protest without intimidation, and end violence towards those who identify as Biafran. And I call on my colleagues here in the European Parliament to do much more to promote human rights in Nigeria.
We must continue. This is an EU parliamentarian asking for our leader's release. Everybody know that our leader committed no crime, even under the Nigerian constitution. That is the reality. But does the Fulani Caliphate understand what is constitution? You know, they are feudalists till today, Rankadede. They don't understand the modern governance. They don't understand it. They don't understand what it means to be bound under a constitution, both Dick and Harry. No. You know what is going on in Nigeria? They are talking about democracy. Is stupidity. is feudal system, whereby the president or the chief executive gives order and everybody follows. That's it. That is why when they asked the impostor, Boris Johnson asked him about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, why is he not released? He started talking as if because he's a caliphate. He didn't know that in a democracy there is a division of power, that the executive should never interfere in the affairs of the judiciary or the legislature. No, he didn't, because they understand the feudal system. That is what they understand. Do you see people criticizing, as usual, as they did, criticizing the caliphate government? Do you see them doing so? Like what they did during the Jonathan time. Good Lord Jonathan. Everybody was running mouth. Religious leaders were, marching on the streets, carrying coffin of, an effigy of coffin of Good Lord Jonathan on the streets, and nothing happened because it's a democracy. But go do it now. Everybody, I used to ask, I say, where is Obia Ezekwesili? People that we are coming every day asking Chibok girls today, thousands of people, more than Chibok girls have been kidnapped, or we are being kidnapped every day. Where are they? Do you see the caliphate? They don't understand modern governance. That is why for us being together with them is a tragedy, a very huge tragedy for us. That is why we are doing what we are doing. And we must deliver ourselves from this quagmire, which we put ourselves in the first place, or allow ourselves to be put into in the first place. Before I continue to the topic of the discussion of the day, which is the topic of our today's discussion, religious discussion, is benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, bad influence of foreign religion. That is what we are going to discuss about today. Please, lend us your ears. Listen to this hallowed platform so that you learn Tebonka. But before I go to the topic of our main business, today's business, I will read just few headlines, please. Few headlines. 2 priests kidnapped in Kaduna. It's no more news. Every day, priests, pastors, Christians, they are being kidnapped and killed. Some of them killed in everywhere in Nigeria, mostly in the north. Do you understand? That is what is happening. And they say northern Christians storm Aso Rock to protest a Muslim ticket. Northern Christians storm Aso Villa in a protest. Where are the southern Christians? So why are they dividing themselves? Why can't they do this thing, all of them at a time, spontaneously? No, they divide themselves. That is what the caliphate wants. But do you know one funny thing? Ironically, the most people defending this, the other day I said it, we are not dangling into the Nigerian politics, please, or electioneering. But all these things, we are bringing out things for us to learn, because we should. We learn from every situation. We should learn from every situation. The irony there is, the people that are defending this Muslim ticket are Igbo politicians. Igbo politicians. They have given a defense, a pattern of defense as usual. As the Turkish Christians, they invented the weapon that we are used in conquering them by the Ottoman Empire. That is exactly what is happening in Nigeria. The Igbo Biafran politicians are the ones bringing up things, defenses and weapons to continue pulling us down and putting us into abyss of Nigeria. Do you remember Jesus Carlo defending Tinubu, saying that Tinubu's wife of 40 years is even a pastor? Now Shetima, the Boko, the so-called the vice presidential candidate of Tinubu, he have repeated it. It will be what they will be hammering now. The idea was brought about by an Igbo man. That outcast in Lagos, the Gota cleaner, Joe Ibokwe, he reiterated it the other day. That how can Tinubu Islamize, whereas he cannot, his wife is a Christian. Now Shetima have reiterated it, that look, Tinubu did not Islamize her soulmate or his soulmate of 40 years. How can people be afraid of Islamization? But these people don't understand. Ask them. You know, whenever they talk this rubbish about a Muslim marrying a Christian woman, a Christian girl, it is allowed in Islam. Let me tell you, it is allowed. Do you know why? You know, marriage is being used as a weapon of jihadism, a jihadi weapon in the Islamic faith. Do you understand? A Muslim man can marry or is allowed to marry a Christian woman or a non-Muslim woman. Do you understand? After all, Prophet Muhammad married even a Jew. He married a Christian. That's it. Do you know why it is so? It is allowed in order to stop the generation of that woman from continue in their ideology or Christian ideology. Because normally the man is the head of the family. Ask those that are yabbing Tinubu. Ask what of the children born by the woman? Are they Christians or Muslim? Just let people start asking questions. You know, they bring one thing and one lie, spread it and use it to confuse the imbeciles called Nigerians. Ask them. Okay, Tinubu married a Christian woman. Can a Muslim girl be allowed to marry a Christian man without them forcing the man to say what they call the Shahada, to turn to Islam? It's not allowed. It's not allowed. People should stop being deceived by these political gimmicks and shenanigans. After all, Ottoman Danfodio, when he conquered the Hausas, he ordered the Fulani that came in later to marry non-Fulani women, non-Fulani girls, as many as they could. But any religion, it doesn't matter, because once you marry once a Muslim marries a Christian woman, the offsprings become unnaturally and authoritatively becomes a Muslim or becomes Muslims. They become Muslims. But tell them, these people that are showing you example of Tinubu and his Christian wife, let them show you a Christian man that married a Muslim wife. That Christian that is not allowed, that he didn't change to Islam. Just kind of reasonable, you know. Sometimes I see that Nigerians are not reasonable. Honestly, they are not reasonable. They allow a cake Fulani to continue deceiving them with cheap lies and political gimmicks that amounts to nowhere. Just ask them this question. Okay, that woman you say is the wife of Tinubu. What about the children? The male and female children. What are they? Are they not called Muhammad? Are they not? Just ask. Ask questions. You know, when they marry a Christian woman, the generations of that ideology is stopped. It changes ideology. Only that woman is allowed to stay what she is without influencing the children. That is how they roll. It is allowed. Do you understand? But it is an Igbo politician that started bringing this defense. Do you understand? We must continue. INEC ceasefire over PVC is allegedly buried in politician's house. They spit fire. But what do they do? What will they do about it? Nothing. They spit fire. You know, as Nigerians are 15 minutes memory people. After today, that one is gone. All of them, they are buying PVCs. They look at what is happening in Ocean governorship election. Openly, they are buying votes. Whether they fry chicken and say, if you vote for us, and once you vote for us, you take this chicken, and they will tell you that this is a democracy. Do you see? We are everybody, and you are talking about PVC. Yeah, PVC. You take your PVC, you sell it to 1,000. 1 cup of gari, and that one, the lawyer in your prayer man, she the following 3 hours. And it's gone. You sell your future. All these things, PVC, this and that, it doesn't work in Nigeria. It's a window display to deceive everybody. Do you understand? Now they found very big quantities of PVC being buried by politicians in a high-profile politician's house. They bring one thing and one lie, spread it and use it to confuse the imbeciles called. Okay, Tinubu married a Christian woman. Can a Muslim girl be allowed to marry a Christian man without them forcing the man to say what they call the Shahada, to turn to Islam? It's not allowed. It's not allowed. People should stop being deceived by these political gimmicks and shenanigans. After all, Ottoman Dan Fodio, when he conquered the Hausas, he ordered the Fulani that came in later to marry non-Fulani women, non-Fulani girls, as many as they could. But any religion, it doesn't matter, because once you marry once a Muslim marries a Christian woman, the offsprings become unnaturally and authoritatively becomes a Muslim or becomes Muslims. They become Muslims. But these people that I showed you example of Tinubu and his Christian wife, let them show you a Christian man that married a Muslim wife. That Christian that is not allowed, that he didn't change to Islam. Just kind of reasonable, you know. Sometimes I see that Nigerians are not reasonable. Honestly, they are not reasonable. They allow the to that amounts to nowhere. Just ask them this question. Okay, that woman you say is the wife of Tinubu. What about the children? The male and female children. What are they? Are they not called Muhammad? Are they not? Just ask questions. You know, when they marry a Christian woman, the generations of that ideology is stopped. It changes ideology. Woman is allowed to stay what she is without influencing the children. That is how they roll. It is allowed. Do you understand? But it is an Igbo politician that started bringing this defense. Do you understand? We must continue. INEC spits fire over PVCs allegedly buried in politician's house. They spit fire. But what do they do? What will they do about it? Nothing. They spit fire. You know, as Nigerians are 15 minutes memory people. After today, that one is gone. All of them, they are buying PVCs. They look at what is happening in Ocean governorship election. Openly, they are buying votes. Some whether they fry chicken and say if you vote for us, and once you vote for us, you take this chicken, and they will tell you that this is a democracy. Do you see? We are everybody, and you are talking about PVC. Yeah, PVC. You take your PVC, you sell it to 1,000. One cup of gari, and that one you lay in your prayer machine the following 3 hours. And it's gone. You sell your future. All these things, PVC, this and that, doesn't work in Nigeria. It's a window display to deceive everybody. Do you understand? Now they found very big quantities of PVC being buried by politicians in a high-profile politician's house. Understand the modern governance. They don't understand it. They don't understand what it means to be bound under a constitution, both Dick and Harry. No. You know what is going on in Nigeria? They are talking about democracy. Is stupidity. Is feudal system whereby the president or the chief executive gives order and everybody follows. That's it. Because it is an agenda. That is why when they ask the impostor, they will just ask him. But they are trying to throw you off as they always do. Do you remember the early time, 2015, when the emirs, the Fulani governors, the presidency, they are defending the headsmen for carrying rifles, carrying assault rifles. They are defending them. Even to the extent that time, the late Buhari defended them in the presence of Donald Trump. That no, they don't carry rifles. After all, they carry only knives for their foliages. Have you forgotten? They defend them. A time came, they say no, he's foreigners killing Nigerians. Rufai, governor of Kaduna State, said he even went as far as going outside Nigeria to pay Fulani headsmen, foreigners, not to come to Nigeria and kill Nigerians. No, they don't see that. You know, because they believe and know that the indigenous people in Nigeria, they are stupid. 15 minutes people. That is it. Let me leave it there. We continue. Why federal government should release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu autumn? Yes. You know, this man, no matter what, he has been outspoken. Have you ever seen any of our governor or the governor in Biafra land, right from Enugu to Bayelsa, coming up to say release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Have you ever seen any of that? The answer is no. But this man has been talking, outspoken, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released. And kudos to him. That's it. Because come out and talk first. Now let us hear you. Instead, what they talk about is only their politics. It's only in Igbo politicians that love their parties more than their people. After all, he said that they are elected to defend the tenets of the Nigerian the Nigerian constitution, not to uphold the people's wishes, people that elected them. Do you see the mentality, their mentality? That they are not there to do what you want. is what the caliphate wants. That is why they are there for their parties. Even if the parties is to kill everybody, every Biafran or every Ipob man, they are ready. They are ready. It's very sad. Now, last but not the least, Nigeria under witchcraft spell. Pastor Nnamdi, he said Nigeria is under witchcraft spell. Pastor Nnamdi. Nnamdi. No, they divide themselves. That is what the caliphate wants. Nigeria, you know. But do you know one funny thing? Hold people irresponsible. Hold the few people holding the politicians holding them, holding everybody with many religious elites. It's not no demon, no witchcraft, no witch. So that people will not be knocked off trying to pray, remove the spirit that is holding Nigeria, the witch that is holding. This is bunkum. Do you see? Saying half truth is very dangerous. You know, saying half truth, they are deceiving the gullible. Do you understand? As he said like this, he might call for prayer for his church members. Come, fasting and prayer for Nigeria, so that the Nigeria will come out of that spell. That is rubbish. Once you don't do what you are supposed to do as a human being, you bear the repercussion. There is no witch holding Nigeria. Do you understand? It is how the people were managed, how the people were being directed, and they accept it without questions. People fail to understand. The people are ignorant, trying to find solution where there is no solution. That is what is holding everybody. We are with people that we don't share same value system. We don't understand them. I was watching one documentary about the Guantanamo Bay the other day, where the people, the prisoners that were renditioned by US to Guantanamo Bay. Now, one American military official was saying, he said something that touched me. He said, we are dealing with people, we don't even know their value, we don't understand their value, and they don't understand ours. They know that there is a very big problem. Even in you say you don't hear their language, even what they want we don't know. Their values we don't know. Their values we don't know. Our values they don't know. That is the problem. What they think is right is very bad for us. What we think is right is very bad for them. So they say that is why he know that America is in a long haul. They are in a quagmire. Because there is no way they can reconcile with this type of people. They don't understand them, and they don't understand the Americans, the American value. They see it as a devilish. I say, bingo, that is the people you want us to continue being together. That is the problem we are having in that zoo. Because we don't share no value at all. We don't share no value. No value system we share at all. So that is the problem we are having. You see, imagine Afghanistan being uprooted and put as part of maybe 57th state in America. Look, just imagine that, how it will be. Fire will go everywhere in the United States, everywhere. That is what we are suffering in Nigeria. People we didn't know, people we don't know, they see our values as evil. Also, we see their values as not human. Because how can you kill somebody because of what you call it blasphemy? Blasphemy, that he blasphemed against one Arab man that have died 1,600 years back, or 1,000 plus years back. Now you just burn the person alive, and you say, it is horrible, because we don't know that. It is absurd, but they defended it. They say it is their way of life. Now, why are you troubling us, troubling our lives to stay with this type of people we don't know their value, and they also see our value as absurd? We want development. We preach all that matters to us is law, so that live and let live. As long as you don't breach any law, you are good to go. As long as you mind your business, no problem. You don't cross my road, I don't cross yours. All we preach is love, unity among ourselves. These people said no. They are preaching violence because of their religion. And you want us to continue living with them? The answer is no. Foul. One, I don't know whether you have anything to say to add on this before I continue, please.
Excuse me. Yeah, Mazi, I will come in as we proceed. I will come in. Hello?
Yeah, go on. The whole world is hearing you. Please, go on.
Yeah, Mazi, I was saying that you go on. One or two things I would have touched was they said it all, but let me just pivot a little bit. The EU announcement is a welcoming development. I'm even happier because it was a woman that raised that thing on the floor, not because I'm a woman. Why I say that is because when true women want to work, they work diligently. So I hope, as a mother, as a wife, somebody who has children, she truly understood what we are going through. And most importantly, she meant that killing going on in Biafra land. Somebody like me that the encouragement to pound our way through. Victory is very close. Don't know when it's going to happen. But another thing I would like to add is this. I think I mentioned this somewhere. I don't know whether it was on this program or one of the programs I called in. British people are very tricky. You can never count that you're with them 100%. When Boris Johnson had that bilateral meeting with Buhari, and Buhari made that statement, to go and watch back, you could smirk on Boris Johnson. Because that place, remember it was world leaders meeting, that occasion. Some world leaders were meeting. Buhari exposed, knowingly or unknowingly, how he has inserted himself in the judicial system of the country. He thought he was being clever by trying to say, I have nothing to do with it. But his statement came to play out at the end of the day. Now, why what the woman said is so poignant and so important? Now, those who have did not understand it will now get it. That why Nyako did not even read the so-called charges or listen to the plea that was tabled with her. Listen to the video I meant to say of the invasion of the military in Hamadike's house was because I said it. There is nobody who will listen or watch that tape. I don't care how devilish the individual may be, that will not first of all cry and then just say release that man, because that is so powerful. That video is so powerful. That is why she couldn't bring herself to watch it. Maybe she watched it privately, I don't know, but she just could not bring herself to watch it publicly. So what she did was kick the can, okay, kick it, so that she can have a breathing space. Whatever she wants to do, I don't know. But that's what is playing. But Buhari showcased to the whole world on that statement he made that there is no justice. Yeah, stupidly, there is no justice in Nigeria. That is a banana. In fact, Banana Republic is worse than is better than Nigeria. That was what he did there. And Boris Johnson was just laughing. Go on, what you will see a smirk on his face. So that is how they play. But our people, I'm talking about when it comes to Tinubu. That's why I said you said it all. That is the statement of fact. It's okay for a Muslim to marry a Christian as long as that Christian will be under their control, because they believe, according to their Quran, that we
Muslim man, be specific.
Yes,
a Muslim man to marry a Christian woman. Right. Yes,
it's their God, Allah ordained right, because we are infidels, and the whole idea, even when you marry is to convert that person either by coerciveness or by force. That's the whole agenda. So look at Babangida, like the question you asked. Babangida married Marian Babangida. Any of Marian's children answering any, in fact, she herself converted to be a Muslim. Her name is Marian. That's a Muslim name. So for Shetima to come out to tell us this so crazy thing, our brothers like Ibokwe flaunted and Kanu flaunted. Okay? My question when I watched that interview is, why didn't the interviewer remind him of his tape, Kunle? His private tape, where he was in his natural habitat, where he was in an environment where nobody was watching him, where he felt safe. Why couldn't that interviewer remind him of the things he said about how they, the Fulani, would never allow an Igbo man to hold any political position? Why didn't that interviewer ask him what the statement he told the Yorubas that they are the ones who own businesses and houses in Lagos, that if they will have their way, they will make sentences will not be issued to the Igbos, to especially the pharmaceutical industry. Now, in that same voice tape, been passing around, people should go back and listen to, because like all these people that are following them, advocating for them, even to ask him this question, this Shetima, is the same individual trying to speak from two sides of his mouth. Why can't questions be asked to them? They should ask them questions, because at the time he made the statement, he was comfortable. Nobody forced him. He was not coerced. Because any other thing he's saying now that has been nominated as something desperate he wants to tell, he's playing here. In that first note too, he said how came together, vote, and what to elect Harry, because they were going to work with Tinubu to elect Tinubu to play. So how can anybody tell me it's okay to have Muslim ticket, even if you who has us, who has revealed to us his things Nigeria. He look at indigenous people of Nigeria as they, the Fulanis, the one that will chase the people of Nigeria into the abyss of the ocean. He's on tape. What are we talking about? We said it all.
Understanding what it means, do you understand? It is how the people were managed, how the people were being directed, and they accept it without question. Influence of foreign religion. Now, but before I continue, please stop calling these people the House of Fulani. Do you understand? Stop calling these people the House of Fulani. They are not one people. There is nothing like House of Fulani as a people. What we have are the Hausa and the Fulani as different people. The Hausas are indigenous, the indigenous people, but the Fulanis, they are not. They are parasites. They are people that are even in you say you don't hear their language, even what they want we don't know, their values we don't know, their values we don't know, our values they don't know. That is the problem. What they think is right is very bad for us. What we think is right is very bad for them. So they say that is why you know that America is in a long haul. They are in a quagmire, because there is no way they can reconcile with this type of people. They don't understand them, and they don't understand the Americans, the American value. They see it as a devilish. I say bingo, that is the people you want us to continue being together. That is the problem we are having in that zone. They are complete, because we don't share no value. You know that the Sokoto Caliphate is the largest caliphate being built, being set up by the Fulani. Do you know that? Go and Google and read. It's the Sokoto Caliphate. That is why they are trying to import every Fulani. As Bauchi State Governor said, he made it clear. It will not be clearer. He made it complete clear that every Fulani in Africa is a Nigerian. And Nigerians didn't react as usual in their normal way. They reacted 15 minutes. Oh, this man, wow. After they use comedy, cover it with comedy. They say every Fulani, wow, Kuchi Fulani go be, Kuchi Fulani go take my own house. Oh yeah, now everybody will laugh. You say, it is horrible, because we don't know that. It is absurd, but they defended it. They say it is their way of life. Now, why are you troubling us, troubling our lives to stay with this type of people? We don't know their value, and they also see our value as absurd. We want development. We preach all that matters to us is law, so that live and let live. As long as you don't breach any law, you are good to go. As long as you mind your business, no problem. You don't cross my road, I don't cross yours. All we preach is love, unity among ourselves. These people say no, they are preaching violence because of their religion, and you want us to continue living with them. The answer is no. Foul. Well, I don't know whether you have anything to say to add on this before I continue, please.
You can never count that you're with them 100%. When Boris Johnson had that bilateral meeting with Buhari, and Buhari made that statement, you go and watch back, you could mark on Boris Johnson, because that place, remember it was world leaders meeting. That occasion, some world leaders were meeting. Buhari exposed, knowingly or unknowingly, how he has inserted himself in the judicial system of the country. He thought he was being clever by trying to say, I have nothing to do with it. But his statement came to play out at the end of the day. Now, why what the woman said is so poignant and so important? Now, those who did not understand it will now get it. That while Nyako did not even read the so-called charges or listen to the plea that was tabled with listen to that, the video I meant to say, of the invasion of the military in Hamadike's house, was because I said it, there is nobody who will listen or watch that tape. I don't care how devilish the individual may be, that will not first of all cry and then just say release that man, because that is so powerful. That video is so powerful. That is why she couldn't bring herself to watch it. Maybe she watched it privately, I don't know, but she just could not bring herself to watch it publicly. So what she did was kick the can, okay, kick it so that she can have a breathing space. Whatever she wants to do, I don't know, but that's what is playing. But Buhari showcased to the whole world on that statement he made that there is no justice. Yeah, stupidly, there is no justice in Nigeria. That is a banana. In fact, Banana Republic is worse than Nigeria. Is better than Nigeria. That was what he did there. And Boris Johnson was just laughing. Go on, what you will see. It's mark on his face. So that is how they play. But our people, I'm talking about when it comes to that's why I said you said it all. That is the statement of fact. It's okay for a Muslim to marry a Christian as long as that Christian will be under their control, because they believe, according to their Quran, that we
Muslim man, be specific.
Yes,
a Muslim man.
It's their God ordained right. Yes, it's their God Allah ordained right, because we are infidels, and the whole idea, even when you marry is to convert that person either by coerciveness or by force. That's the whole agenda. So look at Babangida, like the question you asked. Babangida married Marian Babangida. Any of Marian's children answering any, in fact, she herself converted to be a Muslim. Her name is Marian. You know, that's a Muslim name. So for Shetima to come out to tell us the so crazy thing, our brothers like Ipob flaunted and Kanu flaunted. Okay? My question when I watched that interview is, why didn't the interviewer remind him of his tape?
Somebody is calling me.
His favorite tape where he was in natural habitat.
Problem, do not call. When you call, you are adding to the confusion. You can just flash me, please. Just flashing 1 second and off. You write me, please, is the best. There was break in transmission for 1 minute. There was break in transmission for 1 minute, and after it is
in person that people should go back and listen to, because all these people that are following them, advocating for them, even us to ask him this question, this Shetima is the same individual trying to speak from two sides of his mouth. Why can't questions be asked to them? They should ask them question, because at the time he made the statement, he was comfortable. Nobody forced him. Here, in that first note too, he said how came together, vote, and what to elect because they were going to work with till they elect him into play. So how can anybody tell me it's okay to have Muslim ticket? It's only on myself. When it's coming out, it's kind of breaking in a little bit your voice. People that will chase the first people of Nigeria into the abyss of the ocean. It's a thing. What are we talking about? Instead of all.
We understand. Stop stop calling these people the House of Fulani. They are not one people. There is nothing like House of Fulani as a people. What we have are the Hausa and the Fulani as different people. The Hausas are indigenous, the indigenous people, but the Fulanis, they are not. They are parasites.
It's okay.
They are people that are
just break. Well, please, I urge people, please. Once the voice break, please do not call me. Rather, write me. If you are calling, do not insist. Just flash 1 second and cut off your phone, please, to bring my attention. Because what we do here, once we are broadcasting, we are checking many things everywhere. Our eyes everywhere. Your systems, your phones, the equipment, everything. Your voices, your eyes are there. So as I'm speaking now, even it's still going on buffering. So I want people to confirm.
turn to Islam. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. People should stop being deceived by these political gimmicks and shenanigans. After all, Ottoman Dan Fodio, when he conquered the Hausas, he ordered the Fulani that came in later to marry non-Fulani women, non-Fulani girls, as many as they could. With any religion, it doesn't matter, because once you marry once a Muslim marries a Christian woman,
okay, I think my voice is coming out, although here on the screen it is buffering, but we must continue. As I said, the topic of our submission today, or our religious discussion, says the benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, the bad influence of foreign religion. Religion, as we know, is somebody's perceived belief system of attaining spirituality. That is it. That is it. I think people are sending confirmation or confirmatory statements. Yes, you are on. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. It's okay. Your messages are all okay. We must continue. We are good to go, because I don't want, if we are doing the work of Chukwuoke and there will be distractions. It brings you, it makes you go back to relent in the way the speed you are. Benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, bad influence of foreign religion. Religion, as we know, is somebody's perceived belief system of attaining spirituality. That is religion. Somebody's belief system, way of the way he thinks that you have to attain spirituality. Now he preach it, and they have followers, and from there it will become spread, either through one way or the other, because it is mostly by conquest. You understand? Otherwise, in this world we are in, whereby people are but the Fulanis, they are not, because they are parasites.
It's okay.
They are people that, you understand? Otherwise, in this world we are in, whereby people are break, please do not call me, rather write me. If you are calling, do not insist. Just flash 1 second and cut off your phone, please, to bring my attention. Because what we do here, once we are broadcasting, we are checking many things everywhere. Our eyes, because everywhere, by conquest, your system. You understand? Otherwise, in this world we are in, whereby people are now, even is still going on buffering. So I want people to confirm. Here on the screen it is buffering, but we must continue. As I said, the topic of our submission today, or you understand? Otherwise, in this world we are in, whereby people are spirituality. That is it. That is it. I think people are sending confirmation or confirmatory statements. Yes, you are on. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. It's okay. Your messages are, you understand? Otherwise, in this world we are in, whereby people are in the way the speed we are. Benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, bad influence of foreign religion. Religion, as we know, is somebody's perceived belief system of attaining spirituality. That is religion. Mostly by conquest. You understand? Otherwise, in this world we are in, whereby people are to become spread either through one way or the other, because it is mostly by conquest. You understand? Otherwise, in this world we are in, whereby people are in this world we are in, whereby people are one lie, spread it and use it to confuse the imbeciles called Nigerians. Ask them, okay, Tinubu married a Christian woman. Can a Muslim girl be allowed to marry a Christian man without them forcing the man to say what they call the Shahada, to turn to Islam? It's not allowed. It's not allowed. People should stop being deceived by these political gimmicks and shenanigans. After all, Ottoman Dan Fodio, when he conquered the Hausas, he ordered the Fulani that came in later to marry non-Fulani women, non-Fulani girls, as many as they could. But any religion, it doesn't matter, because once you marry once a Muslim marries a Christian woman, the offsprings become unnaturally and authoritatively becomes a Muslim or becomes Muslims. They become Muslims. But tell them, these people that I show you example of Tinubu and his Christian wife, let them show you a Christian man that married a Muslim wife. That Christian that is not allowed, that you didn't change to Islam. Just try to be reasonable. Sometimes I see that Nigerians are not reasonable. Honestly, they are not reasonable. They allow to Fulani to continue deceiving them with cheap lies and political gimmicks that amounts to nowhere. Just ask them this question. Okay, that woman you say is the wife of Tinubu. What about the children? The male and female children. What are they? Are they not called Muhammad? Are they not? Just ask questions. When they marry a Christian woman, the generations of that ideology is stopped. It changes ideology. Only that woman is allowed to stay what she is without influencing the children. That is how they roll. It is allowed. Do you understand?
But it is an Igbo politician that started bringing this defense. Do you understand? We must continue. We must continue. I don't know the technical issue here, but we must overcome it. Even if they don't want us to preach, we must preach this gospel. I think my voice is coming out, and it will continue coming out clear and crystal clear. We must continue. Therefore, as I said, the topic of our submission, or the topic of our today's discussion, religious discussion, is benefit of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, bad influence of foreign religion. As I said before, religion, as we know, is somebody's perceived belief system of attaining spirituality. That is it. That is the reality. The way somebody think, that is how to attain spirituality. The belief system. You know, one man, as I used to play his clip, Sadhguru, I respect that man. He said that if you know something, there will be no conflict. If you don't know, there will be no conflict. But if you pretend to know, you know, there is bound to be conflict. If you pretend to know, you know, when you know with facts, this heaven and hell, there is no facts. Everybody is just belief. That is why when somebody is talking, oh, it's like this, it's like this, it's belief, no facts, it's belief. That is why it should be on individual basis. But the way the world is, religion is mostly the source of conflict. You understand? So religion, as we know, is somebody's perceived belief system of attaining spirituality. Yes. Also, indigenous religion promotes the people's traditions, environments, and local products. Listen. Indigenous religion promotes the people's traditions, environments, and local products. Example. I will give you example. We can see how something like simple olive oil Christian that is not allowed, that you didn't change to Islam. Just reasonable, you know. Sometimes I see that Nigerians are not reasonable, honestly. They are not reasonable. They are allowed that amounts to nowhere. Just ask them this question. Okay, that woman you say is the wife of Tinubu. What about the children? The male and female children, what are they? Are they not called Muhammad? Are they not? Just ask questions. You know, when they marry a Christian woman, the generations of that ideology is stopped. It changes ideology. Woman is allowed to stay what she is without influencing the children. That is how they roll. It is allowed. You understand? But it is an Igbo politician that started bringing this defense. You understand? We must continue.
INEC spits fire over PVCs allegedly buried in politicians' house. They spit fire, but what do they do? What will they do about it? Nothing. They spit fire. You know, as Nigerians are 15 minutes memory people. After today, that one is gone. All of them, they are buying PVCs. They are now. I was giving example of olive oil. You know, in Nigeria, many people think that olive oil is from heaven. Have you taken your time to ask or research on how much olive oil is imported into Nigeria? Have you taken your time? The answer is no. You are enriching people in a far place, in the Mediterranean side. People that, you know, the condition, I mean the climate in that area, Spain, Italy, even France, North Africa, Tunisia, Morocco, Libya, all these places, even Turkey. People in that area, the climate or the climatic condition is why olive trees grow very well that side. And during the start of Christianity, it's just like that, because it is what is used that side that even Christ used as example. Because you cannot use red oil. Red oil is not that side. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. So the reason why olive oil is going market well, because of the religious promotion attached to it in a faraway country like Nigeria. Do you understand? That is why I say indigenous religion promotes the people's traditions, environments, and local products. Do you know how many jobs you are creating for people in Tunisia, for people in Spain, for people in Israel, for people in the Mediterranean area in Spain, only for your consumption of olive oil, buying it, using it to rub the head of say you are delivering people in churches. Do you know? You are creating jobs there. Do you understand? Now, do not forget, we are talking about the benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. Imagine that we uphold our indigenous religion and put value to our red oil, palm oil. Imagine that our palm oil were blessed oil, you use it to pray, and this and that will happen. Imagine everywhere will be sought for, and it will create job. People will be planting the trees more. Factories will be, in our land. Oh, where does the oil come from? No, oil palm oil she from Biafra land, she from Alibo, and now so imagine. And now na Spain, for example. And now see pastors using it to preach our own religion. Do you see it? It's what, imagine what I'm saying. It might be ridiculous to you, but that is what is happening, what you are doing. There are many. If you go to these Mediterranean countries, you see how they cherish olive oil. They plant it. The trees are growing everywhere. They are not cutting it, they are not destroying it, because they need it in places like Nigeria. It is on high demand in churches. Do you see what we are talking about? Because by your simple religious actions in Nigeria with this olive oil, millions of jobs are created in the Mediterranean area. While trees in our land are demonized and cut down as the abode of evil spirits, more olive trees are planted and planted and planted to provide oil for your religious use in Nigeria. Do you see the benefit of upholding our indigenous religion? why you are using, on foreign religion, they promote their thing and you are promoting it. You are promoting them. You are promoting their foreign things. You are helping them in the creation of jobs, job opportunities. Because when this olive oil, the seeds, I used to like the olive seeds anyway. I like it naturally. The trees are not cut down. Instead, more olive trees are planted. Now, from there, the factories that extract this oil everywhere. If you go to all these Mediterranean places, the factories extracting olive oil are everywhere, even in their villages. Whereas many of them don't know that you are using it as a religious healing something in Nigeria. They don't know. For your information. You understand me? So that is it. If had it been, it is our own indigenous religion, our own religion that is we are improving. We export like this, and we have to use something that grows. Something that grows in are residing. Instead, more pear trees will be planted and the factories will be emerging in order to extract the pear oil. I'm just giving you example. You understand? But in the absence of it, as long as you are in foreign religion, you must promote what they promote. You must buy and cherish what they promote. That thing that grows in the land of the origin of that religion is what you promote. You see it as a holy thing. Do you see what we are saying? Also, I give you another example. Hindus believe that River Ganges flowed from heaven to purify humans. That is the belief of Hindus. That is why their river attracts millions of pilgrims all the time. Do you know when millions of pilgrims gather in a place, do you know what it means? Do you know the economic boost? Because people are coming there, they will eat. People must sleep somewhere. Hotels will be thriving. People that are selling mama put, restaurants, there will be good market everywhere. They will be making money. That is it. Why? Because of people that came to pilgrimage in River Ganges. Do you understand what I mean? Because of the promotion of River Ganges by the Hindus. Do you see how the world is? Now, another example is Mecca is a pilgrimage destination for Muslims. Mecca. You see, by now, people are in pilgrimage in Mecca from all over the world. Do you know what it means? Economically, do you know what it means? Do you know that it is bigger than money? Crude oil. It brings money, finance. It betters the economy more than crude oil. Anyone that is traveling to Mecca must have money to sustain him or herself, either privately or organized tours. Do you understand? In any way, it is still like that. Because people will sleep in a hotel, like in Saudi. Look at, they go, I think they have uniforms, white, what they call, is it jalabi or something, white wrapper. All these things, they buy it. It makes the local factory to grow. People that manufacture all these clothes, do you think it fall from heaven? People will buy it and cherish it and go back home with it and say that, look, this is a holy thing that comes from Mecca. You don't know that you are promoting some people's traditional religion and everything that goes with it. You understand? Every economic advantage that goes with it. That is the thing. What of your own? What of your own? Only the money, landing landing fees of aircraft, what they pay, landing fees at the Saudi airport. Do you know what it means? How many aircrafts landing in an hour in Saudi Arabia during this pilgrimage? They have the Mecca, the real Hajj, and the lower Hajj. Do you understand? The lower Hajj, they go it every time. That is religious tourism. Oh, that is where from there, once you go there, you will go to heaven. Do you see how they make that is their traditional religion, and they promoted it, they fought for it in order to export it everywhere around the world, and now it attracts people. They are reaping the dividends. There is nowhere as a Muslim in Pakistan you make Pakistan to be a pilgrimage of Muslims. It is impossible, because that is not their traditional religion. They impose it on them, no matter that they are Muslims, but it is importation. There is no way in Nigeria that kills for Islam that they will bring a pilgrimage for Nigeria. They will shift it from Mecca and bring it to Katsina, Daura. It is impossible, because it is not their traditional religion. It is not traditional to them. It was imposed onto them. The same thing Christianity is imposed in our land also. There's no way you can go pilgrimage instead of going to Israel or going to Rome. Now you start coming to Enugu or coming to Owerri. It is impossible in the name of Christianity. It is impossible. It doesn't matter how you believe it. It doesn't matter how you are. You cannot be more Catholic than Pope. It's impossible. Do you see what you are saying? They had all this economic situation is what religion promotes, traditional religion promotes. That is what I'm saying. Our indigenous religion makes us uphold, respect, and protect our local environments, trees, forests, and foods. It encourages us to uplift our spiritual attainment with respect to our local flora and fauna, to cherish and promote our own thing. Do you understand? We could bring more pilgrims and religious tourists by promoting places like Ngwo Cave and the waterfalls in Enugu. Do you know that many of us don't know that there is something like this Ngwo Cave and waterfalls in Enugu? We could call it a holy healing water from Amadioha and sell it rightly, and it will people will be coming. Do you understand? Once we garnish it with our religious, local religious belief or traditional religion, now you see successfully people will be coming. That is one thing I cherish with the Yorubas. They are doing it. They are gradually doing it. Even they are shifting from mainstream Christianity and building their own empire. Do you understand? There is this river, I think in Ogun State or Ondo State, which they used to do every year. It is their tradition. It attracts many tourists from all over the world. But we don't have nothing, because we demonize our own traditional way of life. Instead, we cherish other foreigners' own. Yoruba, they are gradually doing their own. Even the mega churches, that the GOs, they are building their own castles, their own religious headquarters. Do you understand? In Yoruba land, in Lagos, in Ogun, in many parts of Yoruba land, so that every year people will come from all over the world, from America, from Australia, to come pilgrimage there. That is allowed. Is smartness. Our own, we condemn everything about our tradition. We condemn everything about our religion. We demonize it. How do you think that the land will be will be happy for us? How do you think so? I say, like this Ngwo Cave and the waterfalls in Enugu, we could call it holy healing water from Amadioha, and encourage people to be going. First, locally, people will be going there to take shower, to see it. It will bring, tourists, even religious tourism. That is what I'm saying. Upholding our indigenous religion also provides us with confidence needed to confront other foreign religions and cultures. But lo and behold, we are timid. We fight against anything that is ours, anything that is traditional to ours, anything that is our, to the extent even our ancestors, we turn against them. They push us to turn against, pray against ancestral spirit. That is where I'm telling you honestly. In this planet of survival of the fittest, our indigenous religion promotes and advertises our values and cultures. That is way of life to the wider world, which attracts mutual respect. It brings clarity and better understanding to those thinking that we are savages and born dependents. Many foreigners thought that we Africans, we are savages, that we don't have culture. Our culture is killing. Do you understand? Our religion is savage religion. But if we uphold our traditional religion, it will clarify all this. It brings clarity and better understanding to those that think that we are savages and that we are dependents. We are born, we can't do nothing, we can't produce nothing. It is lie. Let me tell you, our religious household portraits and our masquerades, sculptures, our masquerades and sculptures tell a whole lot that we are genius in the art of pottery, wood carvings and iron smelting before the advent of the Europeans in our land. Do you understand? Let me give you more example. Archaeological excavations in Ibuku is being present there in Anambra State, reveal the notable bronze artifacts from a highly sophisticated bronze metal working culture dating to 9th century AD. Most of these artifacts are found today at the British Museum. These are some of our civilizations that foreign religion will demonize and push us into destroying them. That is why when you see a pastor telling you that, look, your problem, you go to your villages in that this and that, all those artifacts, they will come to destroy it. Tell him or gonna lie. Not lie you. Today our people see even our own religion, our way of life as evil. As on here, it is a pity. I don't know how to start we should start refining and changing this narrative. Wherever somebody is doing, you see, when they see somebody doing any local thing, they say it's a ritual. Oh, he's doing bad thing. Whereas people dress in their suits, everything, go to church to do ritual. That one is not ritual. They don't know the meaning of ritual. I see that the problem we are having is language. They see ritual as only attached to our traditional belief. No. When you are going to the church, eating that oriri and nana, Holy Communion is a ritual, for goodness sake. That mass and a dog is a ritual. That preaching and after offering, so seed, this and is a ritual, for goodness sake. That is it. But ignorance makes our people to start seeing ritual as something extraordinary. Only when you come bring calabash, they say, oh, it's bad doing bad thing. You can use all these things, pray. According to archaeological excavations in Ibuku, it is in the present day Anambra State. It revealed a notable bronze artifacts from a highly sophisticated bronze metal working culture dating to 9th century AD. The time the Europeans are still savages. That time, our people, our ancestors you are casting out today, they know how. Go and Google it. Ibuku artifacts. Google it is in Google. Google it. You go to the picture, you will see the pictures. You will see something that even people in this time cannot manufacture. Artifacts that they cannot be able to manufacture. Awesome. In Ibuku. What about Ndi Okozo, which you call Okozo today? Do you know the origin of that name? These are people that are experts in iron smelting, blacksmithing, iron smithing. Do you understand that? That is why they call them Okozo. Ndi Okozo. Now today you call them Okozo. You know, ignorance is a very big disease. Do you understand? The time the Europeans never even understand all these things. Our people, we have been doing this. But because the Europeans came with their religion, they forced us, and with greed, people accepted and turned against our own. It's not accepting foreign religion. Before I continue, can you hear me, please? Go on.
Yeah, Mazi, I can hear you. Like as usual, you say a whole lot, but I'm going to start by saying one or two things, or kind of bring it from different perspectives. One or two things you mentioned. One is the you talked about our culture, religion, indigenous religion. The question is, I know probably we have discussed it before, but I want to tap into it before I proceed what I want to bring in. Indigenous religion is the belief, the culture of a group of people in a particular location or community. Now the question we must ask is this: these values, this way of life, call it religion, because that's what a way of life is, that this group of people are practicing or were practicing. How did they came of that knowledge? How did they acquire them? The answer may be simple, but it's one that we have all neglected. Why do I say that? We must first of all remember that we are not responsible in whatever location we find ourselves. And every location is unique to whatever is there, whether the plants, the leaves, or whatever that lives there, even the animals, they are unique in a particular location. So now, that brings us to understand that indigenous religion, or the values of what we call indigenous religion or spiritualism or practices, are shared collective ancestral ties. These are shared values, and these values were inspired to the philosophies of those days based on their geographical things that are present or were present in their immediate geographical location. That's how they were able to come up with these values. So now, because it brings me to what you just said about olive oil. Why olive oil? That's the question I asked when you said it. And you answered it, of course, Mazi. Because that's the predominant plant by which people in the East, that part of the world, were able to extract oil. And the basic purpose of this oil was for consumption, to cook. But our people, when we got into this, when they sold this religion to us, of course you have to buy it with their values, which is their religion, which is their way of life. That is why now everywhere you see this way of life, you call it religion, is being practiced. They are following the footsteps of those people's value of life or way of life, using olive oil. Because the argument somebody like me will make is this: why olive oil? Does it mean that olive oil is sacred? Not necessarily. Because when you go to the people of the Middle East, they don't value olive oil like that. They value olive oil like the oil they use for cooking. The only time they use olive oil for medicinal purposes is when they use it as an infuser to make tincture What am I saying? You get a leaf or you get herbs or fruits and you want to extract the essence of that leaf, the excess of that root. You dip it into olive oil when you have heated the oil and let it extract the essence of the material you want to use, that is the root or the herbs. That's the only way you can begin to attach some kind of medicinal quality to olive oil. Now come to our place. The same thing happened. When we pay attention, think a little bit, we don't have to go hard. We find that we have something called palm tree. You mentioned it, Mazi. Why palm tree? Because this is a plant that grows widely in a geographical location. So again, like I said, the way of life of people or their religion are based, are constructed, are came upon by the philosophers. These are thinkers. So that's what I'm using, the philosophers. I'm calling it because when they use that word, I'm talking about the thinkers of the society. They are the ones that come up with these values. They look at the environment. They try to harness the environment. They work with nature, Allah. That is why even when you come to our own place, we always invoke Allah. Because everything they need emanates from the ground, Allah. So Allah is regarded as sacred. And those things that come out from Allah, to bless them, to be a blessing to them, because that's the only way they could survive and eat. It comes from the Allah. So you must respect the Allah. And then all those things coming out from the Allah are cherished because it's their source of life, source of sustaining life. So indigenous religion try to find a way to work in harmony, directly or indirectly, to harness nature. That's how they come up with this value system. So that is why palm oil should not be surprising to anyone that our people were using it widely to cook. But let's go a little bit with something with this palm oil. In the case of palm oil, we have what we call palm kernel. That's another source of oil extraction in this particular tree. When you extract the oil, the palm oil, you get it from the fruit, and when you crack the kernel, you get the kernel, the oil. Now, I'm going a little bit further. Why somebody like me will tell you that the value of the palm kernel oil is great when it comes to spiritual work, is greater than that of olive oil. I'm not saying it because I'm from there. Let's refresh back. I remember when I was growing up, Mazi, there is this thing you call conversion. In Igbo language, you call it onyelu. Okay? You know it, Mazi?
Of course.
You know how our people, even today, you apply this principle, it works. You know how I witnessed this as a child, being administered to my younger siblings. Anytime they're having this convulsion, I'm not going to deal with how it comes or how it attacks. It's an attack, that comes to this child. And it happens to people when they were a certain age, before 2 years or 3 years, the child, you see them suffering from this kind of attack. The only remedy and the best remedy they were using, Mazi, was palm kernel oil. Manako.
Udaki.
Not the palm fruit. Udako. When that day you get it and you are able to put it into the mouth of that child, because when this is happening to these children, they clench their teeth. They close their eyes. They're going through the convulsion. If only you can get, even if it's a drop, and able to open the teeth of that child and drop that and put it at the anus of that child, Mazi, it's automatic that child regains him or herself. So that tells me there's a mystery there. These are the things we have forgotten. These are the things we have neglected. Because I have never seen anybody use olive oil like that and it works. Maybe there are things they are using in their culture, they use olive oil to use in their culture that I'm not yet aware. But let's talk about who we are. The argument becomes, how did our ancestors get to have this knowledge? Again, it goes back to the first argument I made. Because in every location, there are geographical phenomena. There are, things, natural things that nature has put in there for the people to harness and live. And they are being inspired through the philosophers of that place to come up with these things. What has happened to us is, instead of us to continue to research build on what our ancestors have done, we abandon them and begin to chase something we don't know, begin to chase something new. In that process, we have lost a lot of time. And what we are chasing is not our culture. What we are chasing is not native to us. This we are trying to learn. Let's do this. You know, Christianity we speak about, the root of Christianity, if we must be honest to ourselves, is Judaism. Okay? Because Yeshua was a practiced Judaism. He worshipped in the synagogue. He was never a Christian. He never asked anybody to start another religion. I'm not going into that. But I just want to lay that as a foundation. Let's move forward. After he died, according to the history, according to the religious history, his followers, after 50 to 500 years, people began to tag them the name, the followers of Yeshua. Yeshua became the anointed one, became the Messiah, Christo, that's what it means. So now, they were persecuted when they were, because Rome sacked Jerusalem, and so a lot of them were taken into captivity. That's when you hear the word Rome ruled the world. So at that particular time, we're talking about the whole of the known modern. Remember, at that time, Rome, indigenous religion, whatever that, we're not going into that right now. So now you have this set of people who were trying to practice their own indigenous religion, which was Judaism, call it Christianity, which is an extension of what used that from Judaism. And the Romans were not having it. I'm just paraphrasing this and put it in a nutshell. People can go and look at the history, because I tell people, if you want to talk about this Christian religion or Judaism, not only from the biblical point of view, go and research about the history. You will get more information. So now these Christians were being persecuted. It came to a time, after a while, and the president, the emperor of Rome, one Roman Empire, decided to make Christianity as a state religion. That's where I'm going. That's why I'm jumping, and I'm not going to details. Let us pay attention to see what happened, which was what our people were not able to do, our ancestors. I'm not saying they did not resist, but they did not resist hard enough. That is where you come to now. What you hear is Roman Catholic Christian. What does that imply? What is telling you there that the ancient Romans were able to put enough resistance that the only way this foreign religion, call it Christianity, whatever name you call it, was going to be accepted, allowed to flourish in Roman Empire, they must incorporate some of the indigenous religious practices. That is how it became Roman Catholic. That is why you become to see things like Christmas, things like Easter. They are not in the Judaic religion, because Judaism continued to be only practice. Forget about today. Only something that the Jewish people held sacred. They kept it close, continued to develop, and they refused, even though they were scattered over the globe. That was one thing that
they were even hiding it. They don't want any person to enter into it.
No,
because they know it's good, it's original. They say it's for them. But you see other people want to impose their own religion on you. Don't you see that there's something wrong there?
I came for the Jews. I did not come for the Gentiles. Yeshua himself said it when he was alive. So it was for them. It was their culture. And Yeshua practiced every culture as a Jewish man. He practiced it. He worshipped in the synagogue. He did not borrow another person's culture. And even when he was confronted one or two, I said, I did not come for the Gentiles, I came for the Jews. Simple as that. So, but when some people took his idea, he never asked them to do anything, and now try to promote something new, tag his name in there, the Romans were like, this thing you're bringing to us, unless we insert our own way of life, we'll never allow it to function or flourish. That's how you got Roman Catholic. Now, Mazi, the people we are fighting with in the contraction called Nigeria, Mazi, that is the game they are playing. The Fulanis, you and I treated the Mazi, you were the one that brought it up. Their original religion was not Muslim. It was not the original religion. They were conquered religiously. Muslim religion was introduced to them. They bought it. What have they done with it, or what are they doing with it? One thing they did, when you pay attention to the Muslim Fulanis, as a Fulani Muslim, they still maintain their indigenous culture, which is really who they are. They are still nomads. That's their culture. They are nomads. That's their culture. They don't shy away with it. It doesn't matter what, in fact, up to we are speaking today, that's what Boko Haram is fighting. They don't want any Western civilization. It didn't stop them from being politically savvy, because we must address these two things, because our people act like in one-way traffic. We see something, we just run for it, and we abandon that which we have. Even though we can smartly tell you a bird in hand is worth million in the bush. But in our own case, even when we are holding 1 million birds in our hands, once we see one, we are willing to abandon 99, if not the 100, and chase it. Look at all the culture that are striving. Even when they embrace a new culture or religion, they don't give up that which makes them unique. That's what these Fulanis are running with. They have emasculated the Fulanis because the Fulanis have left their way of life, even following their own. The Fulani man, as a Muslim, practices, they believe in charms. They believe in doing all this medicine. They don't play. That's why you say, oh, Fulani, they wear charms on their waist. It is their culture. They live literally in the bushes. So they have mastered the art of playing with herbs for protection, for defense, for a lot of things. These people are savvy. They are very knowledgeable when it comes to using herbs and roots to function. They don't go to hospital. They don't believe in it. The question is, how do they live? So they never abandon their religion. They make sure that they infuse their original religion, their indigenous religion, to this modern Muslim religion they found themselves into. And that is why they are prosperous today. Mazi, you tapped into something again before I came in. The Yorubas. Go and check typical Yoruba church today, Christian church today. They are the ones you call spiritual churches. They are the ones that started it in Nigeria. They are the ones that are spreading it all over the world. Because what? The Yorubas, their culture encourages them to practice traditional medicine. That's what they have brought into Christianity. That's what our people are running to, calling them spiritual churches. They never gave up their tradition. Even when you go to a Yoruba church, they play the kind of music they play is pure Yoruba music. That's the way they dance. In fact, they preach in their dialect. We are the only ones. That is the problem we have. We are the only ones that when we come into something new, we abandon that which we have. Even when we have not mastered our own. Even when we refuse to follow our footsteps of our ancestors. Evolve it. Develop it. Because in this world we are, take it or leave it, there is something called evolution. There's something called natural selection. There's something called adaptation. That is how I want to bring this message today. I'm going to use these three principles to make my argument that why it looks like we as a people have failed or failing is not really our ancestors. Yes, it started with them. They put up forth a big fight, but they did not sustain their fight. They did not make argument. They did not have to, look, we are going to accept this religion, but we must retain and maintain our way of life. They just bought this Western religion, hook, line, and sinker, and by the time you know it, we are losing who we are. Mazi, even when you go to, again, I'm going to say, political, whatever is happening in our political arena today, I've heard it from you. I heard it from Mazi's speeches, and I've read about it. At the time Nigeria was proposing for this so-called independence or agitating for it, I wouldn't really call it agitation because it was really handed over to them. They didn't fight for it, and that is why really they don't understand the cost of having an independence. It was literally given to them. But at that moment, from what we had, the Hausas, I think it was Sadwana, Ahmadu Bello Sadwana, what picture Marian
Ahmad Bello.
Yes.
They were waiting for Ahmad Bello to be ready because that time they were not ready until 1960.
He said they were not ready because that was how he was able to use that action to negotiate for them to have the position, the hold, the working relationship they have now with the colonial master called Britain. But because our people were not savvy, they did not think about retaining who they were. It was not important for them to represent their culture, retain it. They were, I can say they were not proud. All that was important to them was on individual basis, what do I gain? That is what has brought us where we are. And we are still playing that game. And the Fulanis are still playing the game. That is what they have over us. Look at what you mentioned. Our own so-called elite, Joey Bokwe, Kalu, is the one telling them how to continue to perpetuate our suffering. Without qualms. Because they're looking at themselves as what they will get as an individual. Their culture doesn't matter to them. They don't realize that their actions will continue to put us 200 to 300 years behind if we are not completely exterminated. It's not about them. They look at even Shetima today that have been appointed, whether it's going to win or not, as a vice president. Stated it on record, on a voice note, flying all over the world on social media, that the Fulanese, is their own right to rule Nigeria. These are visitors, trying to impose their way of life on everybody in a place that are foreigners. Without qualms, without reservation, trying to impose their way of life. Because when they finally Islamize everybody, they will introduce Sharia law. They will introduce all these. There are no Western civilization, and because what they want to do is for those little elites, small elites, to be on top, and everybody will become a Lamajiri. And you begin to change your names, whether you like it, because once you come into that religion, you're going to change your name. And once you change your name, you change your identity of who you are. You say, oh, like Mazi, that's not where I'm discussing now. But look at the same role some of our ancestors played. That's what we are seeing today. No remorse. Even an interview he had recently, a few days ago, when they asked him about Peter Obi, Mazi, you know what he said? He said Peter Obi can never be the president of Nigeria as long as an Igbo man. Bold! Did you hear any reaction from any one of us? No. Any of this elite? No. Because they don't even believe in who they are. They don't even know who they are. Look at even their dress code. Look at Shetima. Give it to Tinubu. They all wear their native dresses. This is one thing I give to Soludo. Look at Peter Obi. That thing is wearing, does it define who we are? Because he wants to impress everybody, just like Azikiwe did. That's the same role they're playing. So, Mazi, what am I bringing in here? This is why we are suffering until we realize who we were. The jobs our ancestors have done. That we cannot run away from our environment. That there's a reason why we, you, me, we are placed in that geographical location. And we are unique in our own ways. We speak our dialect. It didn't come by accident. Because our tongues have been wired that way to speak those dialects. The food we eat were not coincidences. These were things found in our environment. These are the things that shape the way we think, shape the way we behave, which turns out to be our culture and turns out to be who we are. If we must embrace any other culture, we cannot. In fact, we should give a condition, a demand. That is where we missed it. Now we are trying to deal with that, Mazi. They are bringing another layer, the translation of Quran into Igbo language. And we are watching. You begin to ask yourself, where are the social, cultural units that call themselves Ohanese? Is it not their job to protect the culture of the land? Mazi, let me say this, then I'm going to let you come in before I come back. The same thing, because there was something you touched again, talking about language. Languages are not, or ethnic, cultural language, or dialects, let me use the word dialect, which is another thing that is happening, are not coincidences. Because you live in that environment, nature has inspired the people in that community, in that environment, with all these things I've talked about, to come up with this dialect. It's not an accident. It's unique to those individuals. Your dialect is the way your mind expresses the values of who you are. That's what dialects are. Because out of the mouth, the mind speaks. So, our ancestors did not pluck it from the air. Something inspired them to come up with this dialect we call Igbo dialect. Or all the dialects in Biafra land. I'm just using Igbo as an example. The Jaws, the Shekiris, they are unique. Something inspired our ancestors to come up with this dialect that everybody in that community understands. It shapes their behavior. It shapes whatever they do. Because everything comes in circle, working in collaboration with nature and everything you have seen there to come up with this dialect. Through that you express your mind. What did we do? We are abandoning it now. Instead of building on it, we are abandoning it now. For example, it hurts me and it should hurt everybody when you see people doing libation when it comes to our kola nut, especially Igbo kola nut, speaking English. Should be an outrage. Why do I say that, Mazi? There has to be a particular reason of all the fruit. Just to talk about Holy Communion. Of all the fruit in the environment, our ancestors were directed, inspired to pick this particular fruit. That anytime you want to consult with your unknown, with your God, with your chi, this is the medium through which you have that communal relationship. That is why you hear the many people who understand what I'm saying, our ancestors say, no jana, no yibo. People might look at it and think it's a joke. What does it tell somebody like me? Because you begin to ask, why are we so much doing what we are doing? Why our land being desecrated? We are moving away from who we are. Even before my own eyes, a couple of years back, I sat at the feet of the elders when I was growing up. Anytime I went to the village, they will come out in the morning. They will bring out the kola nut. They will bring out the ofo. They will call chukwu. They will call the chi, looking towards the sun. And when they spoke, things happened. But Mazi, you can pick the same kola nut today and finish speaking your English, nothing will happen. Because now they are not giving the kola nut, communicating with the kola nut. It may look stupid with the language of the people, which is the embodiment of who these people are. Like I said, the knowledge, the ethic, your dialect is formed in your mind, in your brain. Out of that, your mouth expresses it. Your language, your culture is who you are, and that is why it's unique and local to a particular community, and that is why we must defend it. Mazi, I'm going to use here for now as we continue.
Of course, we must continue.
Thank you so much.
When we talk about greed, selfishness, that also contributed in our problems today. I talked about Ibuku. All the excavations, the marvelous works being done by our ancestors before the advent of Europeans in our land. Where you see all these things today are in the British Museum, not in our museum. They did all those things, all those civilizations were gotten without Western influence. Even the West the British, they are marveled. They are still marveling on how our ancestors were able to do this. The time when they themselves, the Europeans, never understand or master the art of this type of sophistication. Now, also in Arochukwu, in the present day Abia State, it was the headquarters of the Aro, an Igbo subgroup that dominated eastern Nigeria in the 18th and 19th centuries. Listen, Aro is an Igbo subgroup, is a clan. The same way Ngwa is a clan. The same way Ikwere is a clan. The same way Abo is a clan. I don't know why somebody should be calling me now. I don't know. Now, the same way we have different clans in Igbo land, but today Ikwere will tell you they are not Igbo. Although many people, their brains are coming back. The same way you ask, is it Okpanam, somebody, he tell you that I'm South. Do you see? Aro is a clan, is a subgroup in Igbo. Your Igbo subgroup. Do you understand? Sometimes when you go to places like even Ibibio, they will tell you it's a clan, it's Igbo-ish subgroup. do you understand that? Okay, that is not where I'm going to anyway. Now, it was that Aro is the seat of a sacred Chukwu shrine. They call it Ibini Ukpabi, the source of a much feared oracle called Long Juju by the Europeans, Long Juju, that acted as a judge for the Igbo supreme deity, Chukwu, that, you know, when you call deity, you know, when you call deity, people, they go, I say many of the problems we are having is even language, it's English language, deity. You know, but they can call Angel Michael, is good. Angels. Is it not a deity? Even in that Bible, is God not a deity? God is a deity. Is spirit not a deity? When you call all these things, our people know it's not deity. Mazi, right on. Yeah. I just want to bring those in. Do you know, even in the Bible, many times according to the Bible story of the Old Testament, sometimes like even a deity, an angel appeared in a human form to Abraham, and he bowed down to him. When that angel was going to destroy Lot's place, that is what do you call it, Sodom and Gomorrah, he came, and Abraham went and cooked for him, brought a calf killed, and this and that. He bowed down to him as a deity because he understood. You understand? But when you talk about deity in our own way, people say, no, I see this and that. No. That is what they have put in our brain. Because not accepting foreign religion, for me, is not the main issue. But our people went into extra mile of demonizing who they are. That is the crime. Of thinking or calling anything concerning our tradition, they call it evil. Anything you call Igbo tradition, they call it evil. No. That is where the crime is, a crime in short. All these things, when you read the Bible, all these things happen there. There are angels, there are this, there are that. But when we call our own, they say, no. That is where the source of our problems. Other people we are trying to, or are still trying to, manipulate the foreign religion and amalgamate it with their traditional way of life, our traditional belief, without demonizing their own. Sometimes I wonder, You know, when things are hard, is that time even our people will go back to our tradition to ask Ajoese. But in the people don't go to church to pray before going to war front. No. That time more than hard. And you see that it is stupidity. If I'm the spirit of our land, I will even deceive you. You go and die. What were you doing since? Why were you demonizing your ancestor? You are praying against ancestral spirit, right? But when it is hard, you go back to start asking questions. You go to Yoruba land to go to carry, for people to carry you to one native doctor. Well, because you cannot, you're just like what Saul did when he finished killing the prophets. Now no person to ask of again, no place to divinate again. He have to go to Endo, sorry, in order to go and look for a witch of Endo, because he destroyed his own. That is what is happening to our land. Do you see? Now, it was the seat of the sacred Chuku shrine called the Binyokbabe, the source of a much feared oracle called the Long by the
Mazi, not interrupting you, hold your thought. Do you know that what we have in my place, like I've always said, I'm from Momono. We were one of the people that left that long juju. We brought part of that juju. That god deity is in my place as we speak today. It's called Igwe Kala. Only Igwe Kala, I cannot go to Chuku. Ndaro Chuku do not come to us because we are the same thing. Anyway, Igwe, only Igwe, whatever Igwe, only I better no more. Right on, Mazi. These are stories I will tell someday.
So, as I was saying, I'm talking about the story of Aro Chuku, Ibini Okpabia. You know, Europeans feared it. Now they found a way, they devised a way in order to break it. Now, you said that oracle that acted as a judge for the Igbo supreme deity, Chiuku. Supreme deity is Chiuku. And that, as used by Aro middlemen, served as a major recruiter of the slaves sent to the port of Bonny, that is Obane, for sale. The shrine and power of the oracle was destroyed by the British in their campaigns against the Aro people in 1900 to 1902. Aro Chuku is now a market center and a site for the teacher training college. Do you understand? Do you know the why?
You see how we destroy and violate, and then we talk about what is going on with us. Go ahead, man.
Of course. You see
the
so-called destruction.
Educating us. This is history they have destroyed.
The so-called destruction of the power of Ibini Okpabia was achieved when the priests were compromised into looking for selfish gains. You know, the British, they are very smart. Let me finish.
I hate to do that. But they can travel from here to Israel to go and view a tomb that told that Jesus was buried and pay homage. They can travel from here to the this thing of a Greek goddess to go and see and pay homage. But instead of preserving our own, because this is who we were, who we are, the history is in our DNA, whether we like it.
It's very sad. So what I was saying is this. You know, the so-called destruction of the power of Ibini Okpabia was achieved when the priests were compromised into looking for their selfish gains by selling slaves. This compromise of Aro Chuku Shrine priests through greed heralded the fall of our indigenous religion and our fall. You know what the British did? They saw this our heavy shrine. When you call shrine, it's an altar. Now they feared it because he helped Ekumeku a lot. Ekumeku warriors that fought them. Now, what they did is to just smartly go to compromise the priest, the source they go and tell them that, look, these people that they bring, whenever people have problems, maybe landed problems or problems in the family or in the community, now they bring the people, they will go to Arochukwu, go to Binuokpabia. Now once they say their problems to the shrine, the shrine will vindicate the right person, the righteous person, and he will kill the other person. It's the same thing in the Old Testament. They will tell you, and they went, they say, bring those people, is it because it's written, God say, bring those people in front of my altar, so that the person that is right will be vindicated, and the other person altar will throw you immediately. Is it not the same thing? But when we talk our own story, now you vilify it and demonize it. No, it's evil. You yourself, you are evil in your brain. You are ignorant. That is why. Now, these British people, they went and smartly proposed to the priest and said, please, why not let those gods, instead of killing these people, sell them to us? You will make some money. You make some money and you live well. Look at all these nice snaps we give to you. Now you give all those condemned criminals that are being sentenced to die by Ipob. Just give it to us and we even reward you. These are people that you're supposed to die, but we give you money out of it, give you white horse, give you all these goods, all these good things we bring. And the priests look at them, and it was a very good deal. And now what they do, instead of allowing the oracle to kill the wrongdoer, the evil doer that came to the presence, they will save him and sell him to the white people, and there the presence of the oracle start diminishing. And it will not try to stop again. From there now, evil, lack of virtue enters. A manipulation is no more a place of judgment for justice. It's no more a place for justice. It now becomes a place for manipulations, whereby they encourage people to come more now, so that because they need to sell people, so injustice enters. And Britain know that this is the time that they have corrupted these people. They came and struck and cleared everywhere. That is how Arochukwu fell. Remember in the book, I think in the book of Samuel, when the sons of Eli that were serving as priests, they were evil. It's the same thing. They were evil, taking the meat and the women, sleeping with women that came for sacrifices. And they were doing it that their father is the chief priest. So, because their father was old, Eli, if you could remember that story. Now, what happened? God took over and killed all of them, both their father. They died the same day. Do you understand? This time around, it was the British that once they corrupted the people, the priests, they struck. They know that oracle has no more power, because the injustice,
they have violated it.
Yeah, they have compromised it with injustice. So the spirit left. Exactly. That is why the same thing that happened during the time of Eli and Eli children. And they carried they thought that the ark of God is normal thing. They come once they brought it in a place of war. Hey, everywhere they will scatter everywhere. But lo and behold, the Philistines took the hold of the Ark of Covenant. The first time in that time, they took hold of the Ark of Covenant. Say, look, you are source of power. They thought that no more, because they abhor injustice. They abhor corruption. All the deities, they abhor it. So that is how Arochukwu fell. Do you understand? And we also fell with it. The Europeans now colonized us, subjugated us. They defeated the Ikumekus and colonized us by force. The first thing they did is to indoctrinate us, make sure that we didn't revert to our traditional way of life. That is our religion, because they are afraid of it. With it, we defeat them. They want to continue making us to believe in their own system, in their own way of life, so that they can control us. Do you see it?
Yes.
Because they are afraid. When Kumeku was using our traditional way of life, they were invincible. They cannot be, conquered until they smartly, corrupted everything. Now they went, where the spring water coming, it may be a tiny poison. Now any other thing down is finished. That is what the British did. Now from that time they made sure for us not to go back to the way of our ancestors. They brought this religion, making sure that they put us more, even that Arrow place, that shrine, they built training schools, teachers training college, churches, everything, so that they made us to believe that anything concerning our way of life is evil. Our ancestors, they were evil. But these were our ancestors that tormented the British, that resisted the British. do you see the irony? They made us to hate them, so that we will never get the power our ancestors have in order to challenge them. But today we have known the secret. We have seen the secret through Ipob, through Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We have discovered the secret. That is it. Because without going back to our way of life, there is nothing you can do. I'm telling you, these people, there is nothing you can do. By following them like licking their ass religiously, you are nothing. They control you spiritually. We have to rebel. Spiritual rebellion first, to say no, this way you put us, that is not the way. We have to go back to the way of our ancestors. That is the way things will start happening. That long
and develop it, Mazi. Let it evolve as things nature itself evolves. The world we are seeing today was not the way it was few years ago. The way we look today is not the way people lived before looked like. The truth is that we all have the same thing they have. Nothing has changed. Even if there's any mutation, the mutation has not been that changed us from being humans. I believe in evolution. I believe in adaptation. But not on everything Darwin said, and Darwin is the father of evolution. Because I'm one of those people who, even though I believe in evolution, I do not believe that a fish will get to a point through mutation and natural selection and adaptation will become a reptile. I don't believe in that. I believe that we as human beings have been wired to be human, but we continue to evolve to be better. The same thing is culture. The same thing is dialect. The same thing is language. The same thing is the world. Because anything does not evolve, dies, goes into extinction. And that is what the coming of Ipob has, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi, has fired up. We must. Because even when we think about our own dialect, why it looks like, Mazi, I discussed this with one sister recently, and she agreed with me. When you think about Igbo dialect, let me talk about Igbo dialect in particular. Igbo dialect, so people will tell you it's a difficult dialect to learn unless you're born in it. It is true. The argument becomes why? Because Igbo dialect is closer to, when you talk about in the Old Testament, I continue to cite my examples. When you look at the name of God, the way it was said in the Old Testament of the Bible, the Torah, it says, my name is Yahweh. When you forget about that, people come to put Yahweh, Y-A, Yahweh has no vowel. It's a closed word. That's the mystery. Because any language that doesn't have a lot of vowels, they are closed, they are difficult, they are not very expressive. Okay? Igbo language, this is something I found out many years ago through research. Igbo language is one of those, Igbo dialect is one of those dialects that do not have a lot of vowels in it. It doesn't. So it's more of a close dialect. Our job, or this Ohaneze, one of the things I would have expected them, I expect them to do, or we must do, is to begin to let this dialect evolve. Find a way to begin to insert more vowels into it so that it will not die. It will not die off. Because we are human, we are not spiritual. God is a spirit. He doesn't have to have a vowel in his name. It's not a coincidence that when you go to the original spelling of Yahweh, there is no vowel. It's not W, it's not YA, no, that's not the correct spelling. So, what we are failing to do is we are trying to be like a pond of water where no fresh water flows into. And we know what happens to that water. We must allow ourselves as a people, as our culture, as our dialect to begin to evolve. And that's evolution. Being mindful of what you call, I will use, like I said, that I'm going to use these words to explain myself today, or express what I'm saying today. Natural selection. What am I saying here? We look at those things that will not stand the test of time. We look at those actions, behaviors, cultures that will not allow us to traject ourselves into the modern society and catch up, whether it's through technology, science, or whatever, biology. We discard them, but we pick those things that made our ancestors strong, those things that can even strengthen us more as a people, as a tribe, as Biafrans, as Ipob person, and promote them so that we can move forward and follow the world, so that we won't be left behind. You have always invoked Mazi. Japan is a typical example of what I'm saying. They never gave up their culture. They maintained their culture, but they allowed their culture, their dialect to evolve. And today they are competing with the known superpowers without changing who they are originally. They've allowed that which will promote them to come in and discard those which will be a hindrance to them, which is why I'm using the word natural selection and adaptation. We adapt those things, those behaviors. Mazi, it was 2 days ago I started thinking about this. Or was it yesterday, or was yesterday? And I think I was even going on this trajectory before, you decided we're going to do this. That was why I said it's awesome and it's excellent. We can do this. I was asking myself a question. I said, okay, if Mazi Nnamdi or Hamadike did not come up with Biafra, do you know, I don't even know where we'll be now, because the awakening you're seeing now is this project called Biafra, and that is why we must fight for it to stay. If not, we're not going anywhere. Because it's like nobody cares. We are going into extinction. And it's a gradual process. We must come to a place where what we look like should not define us. Rather, it is our culture that must define us. Because even in the United States where I am today, there's a question I always ask people: who is an American? You cannot define an American by their looks. You can't even define an American by their accent. You define an American what they call American values. We must work towards this, because we have our children scattered all over the world. We have people that we've been intermarried. We have brought other culture into us. We must not allow these cultures we are bringing in to influence us and move us away further from who we are. Rather, we must incorporate it. Just like we have rightly said, a Muslim can marry you, but the Muslim will stay true to being a Muslim and make sure they convert you, or that you adhere to their values, not the other way. This is things we must begin to strive for. Because, again, Mazi, ask yourself, which question I ask myself. We are all scattered all over the globe. Initially, our enemies were trying to use it as a weapon to destroy us. But because people like Mazi or Hamadike one of Biafra land, people like you, people like some of us, those who are in this struggle, came into this system wherever we find ourselves, we realized that no matter how long we stay here, we realize no matter how long we try to imbibe or incorporate our life to this culture, we will never be fully accepted. Never. We realize that what we have, if we can tap into it and build it up, is greater. We have no business. Yes, what have we done? We have been able to come into wherever we find ourselves and selected that which will make us better and discarded those which will not make us better. That is the difference, Mazi, between those who are truly agitating for the restoration of Biafra and those who are sabotaging. Those who are sabotaging have refused to take that which will make us who we are even stronger and discard that which will destroy us. They are promoting that which will destroy us. That's the difference. And that is why Biafra must be restored. Because without the restoration of Biafra, my brothers, my sisters, we are going into extinction. And it's a gradual process.
Of course. Of course.
Because if we do not have anything that will be making, everybody, including me, I will not, including me, because you will come out when you're holding that blue passport. You are proud to show it, an American. It carries weight. How did it come? Some people build the values you call American value. Make it attractive. Make you to come. Honestly, when you come to the United States, when I was bringing my siblings, they will ask me, what makes America unique? I said, what makes America unique are not you won't see like skyscrapers and all the huge buildings. No. What makes America unique is what they call the values. They have managed to galvanize that which they call it. Don't ask me what it is, but make it a meeting, a central point, focal point, that everybody is proud to be an American. That is what we are trying to do with Biafra. We will harness who we are, evolve our culture, evolve who we are, compete with the natural world, compete with the superpowers, and make our culture attractive. Just like what we're saying, Mazi. Kernel oil, manako, is more superior in any way. You want to challenge me, I can prove it to you, than olive oil in any ramification. Whether you use it as to produce tincture, is more powerful because it already has a medicinal quality on its own, standing on its own. The same thing with palm oil. The thing with even camel oil, that camel oil is not just an oil, it's the essence of what that tree is. That's what you're harnessing, the essence. It's just like when you're talking about the spirit of man, you're able to bring it out. The force, that's what camel oil is. But because we have been told that what other people have is better, we are neglecting ours. So Mazi, this is why we must continue to do what we're doing and continue to preach the truth, and let us go back and begin to exploit what nature has given us, improve on them, and become that which we must be. Thank you, Mazi.
Of course, yes. I agree with you totally. When you talk about our stagnation as a people, because we are not adding new things. When you talk about natural selection, is the ability for things or beings or animals to evolve. How do they evolve? By adapting to the situation, their ability. It's not everybody or every one of them that could be able to adapt. You understand? But those that have the ability to adapt, you see, even English language today, every year they add new words. Every year. Sometimes even they add, I think the other time they add some pidgin, some the so-called Nigerian language. They added it to the Oxford Dictionary. That is one thing. They allowed our languages to stagnate. No addition, nothing. There are many things, many things you cannot even pronounce in our, that doesn't have any translation in Igbo language. I'm not even talking about the other one. They left it. They don't even care about it. They are happy speaking English or pidgin English or Yoruba. You understand? So it makes the language die painful, the slow death. stagnates, because when a pond stagnates without going out, without bringing new spring, it will start smelling. Mucus everywhere, green amoeba and all the rest. Microscopic organisms will grow conspicuous and start smelling. The other will smell. Before you know it, it will become stale. So what am I trying to say in conclusion, because we need to open the lines? The destruction of our Arochukwu shrine shouldn't spare complete doom to our traditional, or for our traditional religion. After all, the heart of the Jewish religious shrine, the Temple of Solomon, was totally destroyed several times in history. Yes. But the ideology still remained in the people. This upholding of their indigenous religion for thousands of years became the main catalyst for the restoration of the state of the today's Israel. Do you understand? When we talk about the destruction of Arochukwu, that made them to defeat, that made Europeans, Britain, to defeat Ekumeku warriors. They thought that they have defeated, that they have struck the heart of Biafrans, the heart of Igbo land. That no more, that we are not going to rise again. That it is life from the pit of hell. After all, Jewish temples were destroyed, totally destroyed several times. But what matters is the people upheld their indigenous religion, even if they were scattered abroad, even if they were taken hostages in different countries, chased out of their land into different countries. They continued upholding their traditional Jewish belief, religion. That is what saved them. It doesn't matter that their main shrine, the Solomon Temple, when you see that they are praying at the old, the Wailing Wall, they call it today, is what they believe to be the remnants of the Solomon Temple, just a wall remaining. It's their shrine, just like our Arochukwu Ibinokpa shrine. Can you understand? Is it when we talk about our own, you say it's evil? That is life from the pit of hell. It's not evil. It's our own system. It's our own way of worship. They destroyed it. They corrupted the priests, and Britain felt that they have destroyed it. But today, we have found out the secret. And the worst part of it is that they made us to hate our ancestors that had that secret, that we are able to resist the British. Do you see it? Now they made us to hate them. They made us to spiritually be doing things, praying spiritually against our ancestors. That is the source of our problems. But today we have seen and retaken we have seen the secret. That is what I'm saying here. Therefore, the upholding of our indigenous religion is vital to the restoration of Biafra. What I'm telling you is the reality. It doesn't matter what happens. What we are saying here is the reality. You know, it is not by mistake that we are in that part of the world. Because as one other said, indigenous religion, it goes with the way connection to the spirituality through our local environment. Do you understand? You cannot be connecting through olive oil that you don't know how the tree is. Olive oil, they just say, oh, is what they say. Oh, is what they say. But what is our own taproot, our own root in our land? You are seeing it. You know, they change many things now. Like even Mayankwo and Mayango. That is why even many things are happening in marriages today.
Yes, I agree.
Because they no more use our traditional Mayankwo in order to do the ritual of marriage. Instead, imported snap, with this and that. All these are good, but it shouldn't be the root. They are supposed to be the taproot of our living, our community, that should never be shaken. Today, this imported religion has shaken it, but we are taking it back. I'm telling you, we are taking it back. That is for sure. Wada, please go on, make your closing remarks so that I open the lines, please.
Yes, Mazi, in my submission, like you said, I'm just going to add to that. The traditional marriages, when we go there, instead of using a mayanko to pour libation, we are using snap. It didn't grow in our land. Even if we want to use snap, we must use kai kai, the one made in our own place. You know, because we must reverence Anna. Anna is what gives us life. So we must work in connection with that which Allah gives us. I'm not saying we must negate foreign influences, but we must hold dear to our own first, and then incorporate foreign values or principles or religion that will benefit and promote who we are, and discard those that will damage or stagnate or even eradicate who we are as a people when it comes to our values and who we are. Because once that happens, it's a matter of time. The place will still remain, but the people there will not be the same. Example is like the Egypt we reference today. The people you see there today are not true Egyptians. The main indigenous of Egypt are not the ones existing. They are literally gone. They were Nubians. They were overtaken. But you still call the place Egypt. But the truth is that the people there are not indigenous. We must never allow this to happen to us. That is my submission today, Mazi. So we must rise up together, promote our culture. No culture is perfect. I must say that. We are not saying that our culture is perfect. No culture is perfect. But what we must do, evolve, adapt, and then proceed and catch up with the rest of the world. Because better for you to learn with that your mother tongue. Science, we can go through science through our mother tongue, through the things we have around us. That's the reason why nature kept us there. We should stop negating them. We must embrace who we are, proudly so, and submit. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you all for listening to me.
We shall go into a few minutes break so that when we come back, our lines will be opened. It is late in Biafra land, really, but we must continue. Please don't go away.
Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continues. BBC, a propaganda machine and racist media set up by the Great Britain to oppress the oppressed people of Biafra. BBC, your media war propaganda of 1967 that led to the genocide of over 3.5 million Biafrans, men, women, and children, did not stop us. Do you know why? Because we are the sons and daughters of the great lion from the tribe of Biafra. Our minds are made up. Your shenanigans, jigs, and fake gutter media will not stop us either. We must and shall restore Biafra. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continue. Now pay close attention. Be polite when you call BBC and use the following prompt when you call. Hello, my name is. You tell them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorism terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one, when will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect so that London may plunder Biafrans' resources? The fourth question is the oil and gas of Biafra, the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims of 400 years of British colonial thievery and crimes against humanity. And the fifth one, we call on the good people of the world to ask BBC and UK government.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra land. Today is the 16th day of July 2022, being Saturday. With me here is Marian Haider. Our lines are now opened. Remember, today we are discussing we are talking on religious issues, religious matters, and the topic of our discussions today is the benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, the bad influence of foreign religions. Our direct line is, as usual, +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have a first caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Please, you make it as brief as you could so that others also will be calling. The people are calling. You know, this religious matter, people want to add their voice. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
There we go.
My name is Simon. I am calling from the area of Spain. Simon is from Marcus now. Bless and protect every idea of the family members. Those who cook Abraham call, those remnants, they will be protected and God every one of you. May He protect our every leader, everyone around. Tell him, many are going to you want to be able Jehovah the Lord. He said, "Oh, I'm not sure that many are going to He said, fellow Biafrans, I want to talk about the issue of religion. You know, it's a very controversial issue, and our people think what people bring to us is the best, and forget our own and condemn our own. Mazi, I know my granddad, the late I am always being mistake me, the oldest man during time, nothing my pride. How can I curse him? I don't do such prayer? That's one. Mazi, did you know this Egypt here today that it's like Islamic head or what? Do you know Egypt was Islamized? Do any of you know that? Egypt was Islamized around from 7 AD to 9 AD. Egypt was invaded. There was Islamized. All this and that there. And I heard you talking about our palm oil. I hope you know somebody they call Dr. Ozi Mehmet. Do you know him? Have you ever come across one of his programs?
Hello?
Educate me, please.
Okay. Do you know this our red oil, palm oil, is one of the killer of cholesterol? Do any of you know this secret? Check and research it in Dr. Ozit Mehmed website. You understand what I'm talking about? That is one. About the last one, about reclaiming who we are and why we are doing what we are doing.
Before you continue there, let me ask you this question. You are in Spain, aren't you? If I don't know whether your work or anything, you have gone into the rural Spanish countryside. Do they use because it's one of the Mediterranean? They produce this olive oil. Do they use it? Do they see it as something holy?
No.
Go on. Let me tell you, in all those places, in Tunisia, even Tunisia, they use it. I was opportune to one time to go even their rural areas. I was baffled. They use it. They produce it locally. In the way we produce this red oil with hand. Yes, and also even no. You understand? And they produce it because it's their thing, their way of life is their oil for food. You understand? But in our side, it is
some people are calling me, you know. Well, let me make it up.
Please.
Let me make it up. Okay. This this our red oil is one of the killer of cholesterol. And one that they will know about this doctor I'm talking about. Ozit Mehmet is Turkish descent. Research it. That is one of it. About reclaiming who we are. Do you know these Russian people? They are the people that first captured the ancient manuscript before the Roman. They were the people that sell it to Roman. You know this Orthodox Church? There is a lot we need to say. Well, let me leave it here so I can give other people time. Well done for this program. Every one of you. Oh, hey Biafra, sign up from here.
Oh, hey Biafra. There, well, thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Hey Biafra.
I have a caller waiting patiently on signal, but I have calls coming on direct line as usual. When people are talking, they call. When people stop talking, no calls on direct line. I will not stop somebody talking in order to pick calls on direct line. But if there is the chance, like now, they will not call. That is very ironic. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Mazi Madabuchu, can you hear me?
Yes, my brother. I can hear you.
There, welcome to the program. Go on, please.
Thank you. Good evening to you, my brother Jonathan, and our sister Marian Haider in your guest in the studio.
Co-host.
Good evening, Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name is Ifan Chukwumadabuchi, and I'm calling you from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. You see, we are talking about the disadvantages of foreign religion. We must remember that foreign religion came with a foreign education. And as we are talking about foreign education and religion, we are talking about European religion and education. So the European religion came with European education, which made us Eurocentric. That means they taught us everything about Europe and England. You learn about the genealogy
about them.
Yes, everything about them. Their queens, their way of life. Henry VIII, his propensity for many wives, how he killed his wife, the landmarks in Europe. What does that have to do with you? Nothing. That's why some of us in Africa, especially in the zoo called Nigeria, we go from primary to master's level. Some of them cannot even speak English. Some of them can speak, they cannot write. Most are unemployable because they learned how to remember things and not how to create and not how to think. I'm not saying this in castigation, but I'm just saying that our people were for the men, we are miseducated. So if we talk about the other disadvantages of foreign religion, you lose your name. Let's say my name is Ifan Chukwumada Abuchi. If you are from the Igbo expression of Biafra, you know what my parents who gave me those names believed in. But let's say that my name is Kirian Oscar. What does that mean? But these are the names we bear. Now, they give us, and let us not forget that this religion, foreign religion we are talking about, was forced on our people under the gunpoint. This is what our people tend to forget. Now, you also lose your culture. When you go to adjudicate case in Biafra land, those Mondis who will adjudicate will come in their local regalia. Go to Nigerian court today. You see men in suit. Upon that suit, they put a gown. Upon that gown, they put a blonde wig. What is that? Who are those? Are they African? And then we continue. You lose your religion and spirituality, because in some Christian religion now, if you are gone on for Nibo, they say that you are committing anathema in their faith because they call it pagan. You understand? And you lose the knowledge of divine because Chukwu Okike Abiyama, they call it it is hidden. It is not. It is pagan. Chukwu Okike Abiyama is not God, because you are taught Eurocentric to believe in European God than the God of your ancestors. So you see, like King Leopold of Belgium told his missionaries, he said to them, "Don't go there teaching these people God, because they know God past you." They just selected the Beatitudes, and not all the Beatitudes, but they selected particular verses in the Beatitude to tell the Africans that earthly wealth are dirty, just mind preparing to go to heaven. This is the manipulation of European religion and education. And then we come to Arochukwu. Arochukwu was believed to be a sacred land. It was a sacred land. There was a palpable, a veritable presence of Chukwu Okike Abiyama in that Arochukwu. And that was why the priest, the original priest of Arochukwu, will ask God. They are good judges because they get the presence of God and they could make wise decision and a real decision. So what I want to tell our people about Arochukwu, please, our people must know that who was worshipped in Arochukwu was Chukwu Okike Abiyama. In fact, it was said that the introduction of Ebunu Papi, that is the physical object, instead of the unseen powers of Chukwu Okike Abiyama in the shrine, was one of the reasons the potency and the powers of the Holy Land Arochukwu was defied, and hence the corruption came in and the mismanagement came in, and Arochukwu failed, and then and only then the British made headway into our strong, cohesive bulwark and stronghold called Arochukwu, and that's why we are where we are now. So, by the grace of Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we know our origin, And I thank God, eternal thanks to God for sending Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for this renaissance and to make us introspective beings, thoughtful beings who we query, who are we? Why are we answering the names we answer? My name should not be Kirian, while my name is Ika and Chuku. I cannot carry it, I cannot bear it. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. Good night. God bless Biafra.
Ndewo, bless you too. Ndewo. I have a caller or callers. Let me. Callers on direct line calling. It's very funny. Immediately somebody start calling, calls will start flooding in on direct line. I want to pick callers on direct line, but they will not call until somebody starts talking. Caller on what's up? You have been there since going to 8 minutes. We just hold on. Let me pick this call on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Oh, very bad. That is from the zoo. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Please go on.
Mazi, good evening.
There we go.
My name is Nnamdi, calling you from UAE.
Zindewo, welcome to the program.
I so much thank you people this night for good work that you people are doing for Biafra.
Let me ask you, I hope you are a family member there.
So I'm working on it because of the environment where I am.
Why? I cannot believe it. Why?
No, I speak to Mazi Ekeloroeke and he gave me some information how to go about it. But because of the distance and the location where I was, that's why. But I'm working on it, sir.
Contact the family, please. There is nothing like working on it.
Yeah. Mazi, number. They have explained many things to me.
It's okay.
Yes.
Go on, please.
Yes. What I want to contribute is that like Mazi, in those days, how many years back, on a somebody they don't just bury the person immediately. On a the family are just what kill the person. Because of this program, taking, but this time around now, another made that kind of thing. If somebody die, they will just say Chukwuete, where will you go? They will just go ahead and bury the person. Without asking two questions, what kill the person? But here no I just made the person just like that. But probably in those days, I just how come what happened to the person? Family something but in today, you can Burundi tina mortuary here on because you didn't know where we're going to the night. I mean, that's why our life the Bible is nothing will happen. Just that's my own contribution. What religion is doing us. But only in those days, somebody I got the solution, what happened to that person. And another thing is you are talking about our religion. See that governor of Enugu State, Ugwani. Since I know that man, I full of our native clothes. Or any anything of your name go about 5 from the house all the time. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you. We must continue. You know, when people talk about our traditional religion, even divinations, castigating it, I feel bad. Even the Bible they read, all these things are there. What is consultation, divination through Urim and Tumim? Can you explain it? It is looking is divination. Of course, they say in the New Testament they say casting lot. You know, you and the cast lot, and the lot fell on Stephen to be one. I mean, to Matthew to be replace the apostle. This and that. You don't research what is that casting lots. That is what you do. You condemn in your own tradition. But all these things are promoted. I say the problem. Some of the problems is the language is English. That's it. You know, just the same way when they call countryside, it looks sexy and very nice to hear. But in our land, there's a village, or Dokao village. You know, it's the same thing, but it's the same thing with countryside. So people perish because of lack of knowledge. Ignorance is the greatest killer. We have captured the secret to go back to our traditional way of life. That is the way we have to deal with the situation that we found ourselves. You know, if we continue, that is why praying. We are praying, God will change the Fulani to turn them into lovely people so that they will stop what they are doing. You are dreaming. You are in cloud cooker land. We go back to who we are and strike them with everything we have got. And that's it. That's it. Because our traditional belief, it doesn't condone weakness. That is our religion, our tradition. How will the person kill himself? In many ways. You can set up a trap, he enter, finish, he die. That's it. We don't believe in being weakling. No, Kabia, if they slap you here, turn to the other ear, they slap you. Caliphate, they will cut off your neck. You are not here. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Call on signal.
Yes, I can hear you.
There, Mazi, welcome to the program.
This is their thing. I saw you looking at them. You are complete for the devil. What do you think I'm at? Let them take that was a clip of our leader. Some days ago. In Israel, it's not of them to do all the three. Let them watch it. Then remember that let's not go to the way. What happened? Yes, I don't want to do all the foreign idols, my father, my pastor, my dad, I know the best spiritual power on this planet. And the nation who don't pass, never put it back. Dara. Jonathan, no human being on this planet will stop you. I see this land. It's not our Lord. I'm on your mind. Now, bad day will take it from this. We will not rest our life. The whole world that damage a complete. I want to start a threat. I am going to we want to see them. Let America bring that their fight to come and block the air. That's it. When they want their own land, you can hear some of them want to do this. They will say the water blessed. Our leader, let them not become this central to the whole world. No one knows the truth from man. His father and his mother died. All I need came to destroy the terrorists. Get only that time and privilege in everyone. I'm going to tell you dead. Let them come and do PVC. Shameless. All the government is going to killing us. I said, wow. Let's see, get the president. And then Jonathan, you talk about Uri and the what? I mean, that I will want to. Because the man doesn't need care. Yes, I will say, I want to check. I said, wow. The world, the pastor, the bishop, the father. Papa, I have to die. I'm not talking about it. That cannot become check it out. Check it out. I got that side in the election. I depend on that. But in the society, what is there? Look at all these things, all these governors. They don't have sense. They can never only the country this side, the colony side, the colony get the salary, they get the baby. Shameless leaders. Then I think it is them, then I love that. Then I think it is them. They know they can't have the old. I don't know that. Wow. But anything in any, I go this governors, I make all of you. Then they will go in and as well. When I'm like about people, it's a bastard, it's not an evil man. Shameless idiots everywhere. Then the Jonathan, people, I come now, let's take the Jonathan. Who do you want? But then I think it was a deal with it. Do not let us know, let us protect it from the Kanu. I want to put the Jonathan. I come over, I can now go on God. I put up on God. Ana do peso mo ewu bono mo wa yo o peso mo wa ta de ta pe na e mo pe ki e na capital o to ka mo go sa ta ke de joki o bi anye ni na ma ta do bi anye ti be ke o le ko ko fit ko ka la wo ana mo ta la do ba ji sa ke ko mo da ya dara de ti ke de ko ka de na sim ze ni de abi the first case chapter 10 then the first case chapter 10 the visit of the Queen of Sheba came to Solomon and ended up the candlestick. What question? Just asking any question. Why Biafra will not be responded? Having ended the Gosia. For Canada, we don't have any idea. There was a no matter. I take it away from him. Then the thing is, the two cannot seem to correct. Then I think first matter is chapter 10. But what the end of Romans, then I feel Romans chapter 15. But so no Romans start them back. After that, then the candle Jesus. Okay, Jesus, okay, come and sit down. I can't. Nothing but progress. But I'm so lost. I cannot come on more than fire. I ask you, I can let you now. Then the time to shoot all Romans chapter. Then Romans chapter 15. We are building our people state. They like amen. Then the time to sit down. I just want to get the awful of people. So come on, I can get a teacher. I was like, I find that pass. Look at you, when you remove this body, this spirit, do you know where it is? How I can run that spirit thing like that. The very hand you lay that's all I'm about for the go through. Okay, nothing I follow the weekend anywhere. So you forget that thing in there. That look at one very routine. I just want to get there. Sit down on my was so simple. Now they should know that I did check it like Gloria, now for now good. Oje. I'm gonna let you check out the
You say? Oh, hey Biafra. Ofon the call. Oh, forget not to Mana sometimes in we must continue. Caller on. I never pick any call on direct line. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
No, watching again.
Caller on WhatsApp, I'm saying, go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp, go on. There
Hello, good evening, Mazi.
There we go on, please.
Good evening, Mother. Good evening, Biafrans this evening.
Mazi, go on. Or Ichoro kai butre on kwe luke na kai butre before you continue.
Good evening, Biafrans this evening. Good evening for our third this evening, our lesson this evening. I can see that this evening we have something for us. The reason why these people defeated us and colonized us and introduced their culture and religion to us. So the way that, as you have said earlier, we are taking back, we are to take back our tradition. And the shame of defeat will never continue upon us. I always say that, where is it? Where is it? Where is that? Where is that? Where is that? Ndị by iberibe ha ndị anya ihe gbasara iri anụ cow isi ndị Fulani mere our people ha dị iberibe dị igwe ọ bụghị naanị ndị ọcha bịapụrụ na-azụ amara anụ nna ma our people riri mere eriebere ha onye Igbo apia nwụrụ jesi nama ndị Fulani ndị nama ndị Fulani rụrụ arụ eji emere mmemme dị iche iche yasa nwere mere ka anyị rap na ọtụtụ nama ndị ahụ ụfọdụ ihe ọvụmụ akọpụla part of the body wee mee bifia our people ji azụ ya ma dị iberibe mma so ọrụ ihe mere something with this religion information of the woman. You see, so one other apara anambra is manako actually, you know, let's not all go beyond. No, give it to actually only the poison. That was poison now. Energy actually now. That can show everybody. I'm going to make it a person. I only learned to get it. Now, our people, you don't go further. Yeah, Mahariana, I am a woman in India. You know, just stand on your Papia, Buddha Power. Papia, how can done? The last name, I'm a Christian, I'm born again, I'm a Christian. You're a Christian, but you put it in India. Only last Thursday we were meeting. Our coordinator was first. Coordinator is someone or half one. He was telling us how he sort of wanted to produce him from heart, what it can be done, what can be used for. He said no, he's a Christian, the truth. So Mazi, thank you for what you are doing for us. My name is Joseph, I'm speaking from Educative. As Biafra is coming, everything, we are going to regain everything, and our traditions to be restored. I don't have to see that in the side of I don't have to see in the side of the caricature. Christianity is not condemned. Bible is not condemned. Just now we said something Mazi that I don't know if in Proverbs 26, 26 and 27. So our people have been deceived, deeply deceived of religion. We are deeply deceived of religion. But I thank God for Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, and Educative. Good evening, Biafrans. I'm talking here.
There we go. Thank you. Remain blessed. I have a caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. My goodness me, the call cut again. It's being filtered, honestly. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Are you there? Please welcome to the program. Is it a SEO link? I don't know. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Once again. What is happening? People have been speaking on this this in line. I don't know. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan.
There we go.
Good evening from here. I'm calling from Biafra land, blessed land of Biafra.
There were Mazi.
Without wasting much our time, let me appreciate Chukwu Okuka Abiyama, who give us our true leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Elohim Chukwu Okuka Abiyama. And thank you, we give glory, honor your name. Without you, we are nothing. You look on our face and give us a true leader since after the war. And he are here facing Fulani, Tories, and British. Elohim bless him and guide him and protect him and protect all our DOS. These are all select channel. And all the radio presenters to guide us. You see? As Jonathan, we don't let Wanda, Godoloni, Olomoni, na Loran. Mazi, you see, this issue of problem is religion. Because our people fail to understand who everybody wanted to invite foreign religions. That is why we are suffering. In Biafra land, everybody are living. You go and see somebody after all. You go and ask forgiveness in the church, and the life continues. That is why all the politicians are destroying us. Because in olden days, when we believe in our own indigenous religion, all these things is not there. That is why all the evil politicians are trying to join all these religions with their politics, because they know after they are killed everybody, they will go to church and ask forgiveness, and they will say they are already changed and repentant. You know, that is our problem. The extent of our problem is this fallen gods. But there is something I want to tell them this evening, if they are here. I want them to, there is something you know, when you do this and you do that and go and ask forgiveness and continue, let us see how the thing will end. These people know the truth, but they are using these fallen religions to confuse themselves. I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, and I always go to church every morning. I always sit on the front of the church, listening their preaching. You know, when they read all this Bible, you'll be waiting to hear a good interpret that will turn back to another way. Forgiveness, forgive your neighbor. Sometimes I ask somebody, this thing, forgiveness, forget and forget, you are always preaching. How can you forgive somebody who killed you? Like Fulani people who are coming in our land and killing us, and you say forgive. How can we forgive? And they will come back and kill you. If forgive, they will come back until they will wipe you away. I want them to explain it for us, how this thing goes. You know, they are deceiving us through all this kind interpret. They always move away from the Bible, inviting another topic, so that the topic that will suit you and convince you follow slave to them. But in our land, we know the truth. Want to understand that, want to follow our original, you see things we normalize. Because everybody wanted to be, you know, when you commit, you steal, you kill somebody, you go to church, that will say forgive and forget. Who do you go to church to ask forgiveness? The person that you kill or you steal is something, and the person either by heart attack he died. Go to their own children and ask forgiveness. That is a pure forgiveness, not when you destroy people. You go to religion have destroyed, but we thank Chukwu Okuke Abiyama, who look on our face and see that we are suffering and we are following another way, and give us Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he came and started preaching the good news, and our eyes is now open one by one. You know,
I thank God the way he moved around, selected intelligent professors, because I call the people that hang on all these our little professors, because they are go into deep to make sure that we understand the nature, the way life is, not issue of religion. Religion is to make sure that you are suppressed. When you finish school and you did not get job, that will tell you that that is the way the God wanted. How can God created you and created you to be poor? To after you spend all the money, your parents spend all the money, and you came back, you did not get, he said, the work of God, and your people will be dying in pain, because they are sell everything to train you, and you come back. I would say, let you put it in the hand of God. I told them that this is what evil politicians cause us. The witchcraft we have in our land today is politicians, because all of them are the evil that mastermind all those things. So Biafrans, what we should do is to go back where we are, and starting from origin, listening the teaching of Mazi Nnamdi, and those that he selected, they are doing the wonderful work. Forget about all these things they are teaching us, telling us this, telling all that, but let them go back where we come from, and know that when you commit unwibe, you must go and do the needful. If not, you are gone. Let the religion change that one. Let we see. These people are deceivers, and we understand that. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan, for your good work. May Elohim bless you, because you people are doing the wonderful work. Thank you.
And you too. Remain blessed. I have this caller still on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Are you still there? Can you?
I'm still here.
I have been
but you muted me.
No. I didn't meet you. Go on. I didn't meet you. Please go on.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. But I heard you, and I was replying back to you. You was not hearing me. Oh, we thank God for today like this. As I greet you and I greet our mother, who is anchoring the radio today with you. As I have been listening comments from our brothers and sisters. My name is Mazi Madaburuchuku. Mazi, talking of what is happening in our land today, I could remember some days back in the 70s, if a young child got hit by a motorcycle or just the death, before the child will be taken into the compound, we have to ask about it. But these days, those things doesn't happen anymore. But I was speaking with one of our brother who says he believes in Christianity, something of Biafra. He said, I said, what made it a sin? He said, you're going to native doctors. But what do you call them? He said, native doctors. Then what is the name of the doctors in the hospital? They call them the same doctors. Then in English, it's doctor. But in Igbo dialect, it's called doctor. But in a native way, what is the difference? 60s, 50s, 40s, our mother doesn't. Our mother doesn't know. To get our reality, there is you forgot who you are. Which, if you leave your tradition and your culture, you know you're no more a human. We, the Biafrans, we believe in asking questions. The questions we normally ask are not that we want to know more. It's just to get the right direction to follow. There was something happening in my family sometime 2-3 years ago. We went about it asking what is happening. Anyway, who I sent told me that there was a daughter in our family who was lost during the Biafran war. There was a time they had a war. Then the lady she didn't come back up to today. And we have not buried her with her. My elder brother have asked a question like that, something that happened when they told him exactly what I was told. Then when I made call to my elder sister in the family, it was the one who told me that my elder brother have told him exactly this I said. Then I asked, what is the next thing to do? Like the story told us, if something happened in the boat, they was asking who did this. Nobody accepted. They have to fear Nenza. If Nenza were Biafra. This English language is leading us to extreme end of not knowing what we are saying. Translate that in English, answer in your arm immediately. Most of us doesn't know who we are by knowing Onyebuchi, which means you are guiding angel Nasusoyi, but which I don't buy by that. You reincarnated from that person. No, I think you have gotten your limit of living on earth, because neither is Onyebuchi also. If we can go back to our lineage of how we were born and how we were brought to this earth, most of us in poverty today will reduce to 60 to 50%, 50 to 60%. But if you can know whom you are and know where you belong on this earth, you have plus in your living. But most of us who reincarnated before had some bad things we did, then we give the grace to come back again. What we need to do, we need to ask, why is this my condition like this? But church have covered our face. My father is, which is we call it Okochuku, which they call pastor. But he never forgot one single day, the day we do our shrine village and the community and to the town. You never forget about that. You always have a special celebration in our house until his death. But I think time have come for us to teach who knows much about our culture and our way of life in radio, even if it's 1 hour. Mazi, I end up here.
Thank you. We must continue. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct, you hear me?
Exactly.
Go on. Go on, please. Go on, please.
Sir, I want to ask a question. This thing we are doing, I know it's awesome to our own side. Is it Christendom, or should I use the word Christianity down here in Nigeria? Are they not going to sue us for, criticizing their, little, misled indoctrination, or should I say faith?
Mazi, there are some things, it seems it's a joke. Sue for what? Suing for what? Did we sue anybody for coming to convert, to change our way of life by under gunpoint? Mazi, there are things, we should reason by ourselves also. It's not a joke. Please.
We were in a boat boarding down to Rumola. When we get to what's it called again, that Momidi road, because of traffic, the conductor, the situation of the economy is too bad for us. So he had drank so much kai ethanol that morning, and he was hanging himself on the door post of the boat. Then all of a sudden, he fell out. On that speed, he fell out. I think he was so much unconscious with blood everywhere, scratches everywhere. The other woman, I think she was headed to a prayer that morning. She brought out her Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost, Jehovah, Jesus. I said, wait now, this is, you're shouting. If it is unconscious, your shout might take her life, his life the more. Calm down, remove this oil, let us do something and take him to the ministry to close to that area. He said, what are you saying? Jesus is the best. Only boy. I say, which kind of country we don't enter like this? So why I'm saying this is that the good thing you people are doing is very enticing to my soul. But the problem is that I have a lot of let me not say that. But I have so many people who do not want to make use of this information. So I am so proud of you people, how you have been dissecting it, making it come out real. And now some people are going, if we are anyone manda, just keep on saying the good work. And we are here with you people. I love what you people are doing. At least, okay, 4 days ago, one of our friends called me. He said, when you were calling me, I could not pick your call. I said, what happened? He said the neighbor called her that her newborn baby is having convulsion. I said, okay, what did you do? You didn't advise her what to do. He said, no, they took her to, I said, is it the problem? From hospital now and church, from there now, he done that. You understand? Why wouldn't you just call the attention of those people who knows the best things to use and protect that child? Or say, no, bro, anything, doctor, I say, come on, shut up. So these are the problems we are facing every day. Everybody has forgotten our culture. We are following Uyibo, and Uyibo comes here, they take our heart, and they heal themselves. Thank you so much. I love you all. Thank you.
Mazi, it is really terrible. It is terrible, honestly. It is really terrible. Caller on, let me see who was there first. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on Signal. Hold on, I'll come to you. Caller on WhatsApp. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening.
There, well, welcome to the program.
Yeah, good evening, my sister. I have a question for you, Mazi. Please, this is one Madi calling you.
There, well. Go on.
Our discussion tonight is about religion. What religion have done to our life.
Of course.
And this religion of 18 was brought by the colonial master, which is the British.
Foreign distinguish, because even our own local tradition is our religion, but we are talking foreign religion.
Yeah, the foreign religion was brought by the British, the colonial masters of Nigeria, the people that created Nigeria. Now we have been in this forum
And this radio has been here every Saturday, educating us to know where we come from and to go back to our roots. And Radio Biafra, every Saturday you come out here talking about our way of life. We need to go back how we are before the British came. My question to you this night is that what about the other of our people that will anchor Radio Biafra, like Mazi, the one in Israel, Mazi Obilo, and our brother that will come on air tomorrow morning, which we call them Wachineke? Why are we still using that the same Bible to go on to our program?
Mazi,
like tomorrow morning.
Mazi, there is something, please, let me say something here. There is something you are misunderstanding. We are not castigating the Bible per se. Listen to me.
But that is the problem.
Wait, just calm down. Hold on. You are on WhatsApp, so we have time. You are not paid.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, even don't you hear me quoting even Bible here? Don't you hear me, so? Okay. When I talk about the story of Eli or Eli in the Bible, it's a Bible story I quoted, isn't it? Now, there is something we shouldn't. It's not that we stop calling or talking about or quoting Bible or anything. No, that is not what he said. Because for me, every story, every book we learn. If you understand me, what we are talking is to uphold our values, upholding our values. We can learn. Do you understand that? We can learn from even the Book of Mormon. You understand? There is one church, one other can know about it. I've read their Bible, the Book of Mormon. It's their own.
Yeah, I've said it. Joseph.
Yes.
I read it, but I have their Bible. I studied it too.
They call it the Church of the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, the Latter-day Saints.
Yes, they have their own book. The book. I read anything that I come in contact with. Let me tell you, because you absorb knowledge and wisdom from everything. The ones, you know, there are things, story you tell. It's not that you practice it, but you learn. Just like Akuku Ifo, when we are small, you enjoy listening to Akuku Ifo, but you learn from it. It doesn't mean that it really happened, or you are going to fly like a tortoise is flying. No, but you learn many things from it. So what we are doing here, we are not trying to say, oh yeah, throw your Bible or don't quote this and that. No, we take what we can, what to learning. We are in a world of learning. Do you understand? So what we are saying, opening or bringing facts and figures doesn't mean, or opening facts, saying facts about foreign religions. It doesn't mean that, okay, we should not learn from any, things, including the Bible. No. There are things you read there, you know that it is a folk tale. But if there is anything to learn, what matters is the knowledge, what you learn from there. That is it. And you compare it to our lives. So, if you see somebody, like what I said before, the problem we have is not only accepting foreign religion or being forced into accepting, but they made us to turn against our own religion, our own way of life. They, that is the enemy. Yes, they are very smart. They call, when things, Achunia Chobe said, things fell apart and the center can no longer hold. The British, the way they treated us in our own land, I don't think that in any other black African they did that. In other places, you can force people to accept your religion, no problem. Now they can be inculcating even their traditional belief or religion into it, no problem. But in our own, they turn us against our own land. It means a lot. There is something there. And that something is what we are trying to bring out. So any person that is quoting, like didn't Ogofo, he got love for call now, got love for, he quoted Bible. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You are one idea, that is it. Now we must go back to our way of life. That is the bottom line. It doesn't matter how every Sunday or Saturday go to church or go to this, but if we go back to our, like somebody called, he said his father is Okochuku, his late father is Okochuku, a reverend priest. I don't know whether it's Methodic or Anglican priest, but he respects everything that they are doing, their traditional celebrations. That is it. But one thing in our land, they made us turn against till today. When they see you with Calabar, they say you are the cause of the cause of the problem is you. That is, as far anything we do, they condemn. Anything we do locally in our way of life, it becomes anathema. That is really horrible. That is what we preach against. So, Mazi, go on, please.
Okay, I've heard you. So how do you think now that it's possible for we now to be going back to our way of life and be going together with the Bible to problem? How do you think it will go freely in this presentation of now we find ourselves in Nigeria, when you know that the religion, this Bible of 18 have taken the brain of our people? How do you think so?
Okay. How I think so is this. You ask a very intelligent question. How I think so is this. You know, our way of life, our traditional religion stagnated and was almost phased out. So you hardly see them even in the townships. You understand? The first step is for us to go back, retrace our steps. Whenever we go to our villages, our homes, our communities, or we meet people that really, the older people that really knows, you understand, we ask them, because this our way of our traditional religion. Our religion is not only about killing goat and killing cow. That is why sometimes I laugh people that are doing all these things on the social media. Many of them are charlatans. We start by asking, what is our omenala, our religion on this? How do we, growing up, how do we do this as a grown-up? Bringing man, a boy, to become a man. All those are our way of life. How do we bring up, when do you grow in our tradition as a man, from a boy to a man? What is your responsibilities? How, we ask all these questions. What about marriage? We ask about life, because every religion covers life of a person or of a community. It covers everything about our way of life, how you should behave, honesty, all this and that. Because our religion covers about even non-shifting of land border between you and another person. It is anathema, abomination in our land. In our tradition also, when you go to farm to harvest, you leave some for the strangers and orphans or people that are passing or anything, people that are hungry. All these are our religion, our values. We try to ask people that knows better. You understand? To teach you. That is for a start. Yeah. You understand? You can go to town or every Saturday or Sunday you go to church as you want. But also from there you'll be having knowledge if you want. If you are strong as some of us, you stop direct, because I don't know how many years my leg never enter into church unless for invitation of one thing or the other, just as a social gathering. I'm telling you honestly, because that's really what it should be. Social gathering. I practice this. I know. I understand. When I really understand the damages it causes on our head, I became annoyed against it. I became personally annoyed. And I vowed, I say, I must make sure any opportunity I have, I must make sure in order to open up, to tell people the danger of this thing. Because this thing is causing commotion. The problem we're having, it is one of the main problems we're having in our land. That is what I'm telling you. Okay. Go on, please. Okay, listen now. My question I want to ask again is that in IPOB here, we have IPOB religious leaders that come on air for praying in IPOB. Am I right? They come to the radio. Of course. Now we are preaching here in your own program every Saturday that we want to go back to our roots. Have you had any IPOB religious
leaders that come in radio, talk about how we go back to our root, or the program they are giving us is about Bible, quoting Bible, or we have 40 days prayer, we have Psalms to read, we have books to read about the Bible. Have you heard that? That is what they normally come in the radio to tell us every time they come in the program. Then how do we go back to our roots when we still have people that every time they come to the radio, what they'll be telling us, they want to go on Psalm.
Yes, if you can remember, listen. If you can remember, even during the time of George Onibe, he preached this. Do you understand?
Okay.
So unfortunately for him, but he preached this. Now, let me tell you, there is a correlation. To be honest with you, some parts of the Old Testament of Bible deals with our tradition. That one is undeniable. Do you understand me? It is when you, like you, I don't know you. I think you were circumcised, right?
Yeah.
Could you remember what date? Because you remember what date? Because even the book of Leviticus, Exodus, Leviticus, and some of Deuteronomy, before God and man, there are many things it has in common. It's our tradition that is written there. Forget about sentiments. That is the reality. So that is why, like in that book, in that Bible, you see that I believe that one of the reasons that our people accepted everything hook, line, and sinker, like when you read the account of Olaude Kanu, he was an Igbo slave taken, but he bought freedom, his own freedom, and was working with the I think in a ship. So when they were teaching him about the Bible, he taught himself even how to read. I started reading. They were teaching him the story of stories in the Bible, and when they talk about the Old Testament, what happened, this, he said, but this is, I come from I'm an Igbo man. You are teaching me my own tradition. This is absurd. Is it what is written in that book? It made him now to have interest in reading more that book, to understand which kind of strange book that come from a foreign land that is exactly what is written there is my own tradition. Do you see it? So there is a correlation. Forget about what others, what they added. There are things you see there when you look at about our way of life, about our way of doing things. It is our pure tradition. So that is what you should understand also. You understand? And this thing, you know, I don't know. Okay, you are still there. Okay, just don't worry. I will give you time to talk. If Rome is not built in a day, do you understand? The first thing in a thing like this is the awareness. The awareness.
Yeah.
That is creation of the awareness. That is the start of a thing. Every story starts with once upon a time. You understand? So you shouldn't be expecting everything to be done under one day. There are people, you know, here on IPOB or Radio Biafra, we respect superior argument. If you come now, for example, we are discussing on something and you convince me with your superior argument, I will bow. A time will come, many people will now be understanding the way what we are saying. Because my point is this, and I hold this steadfast, that Britain, they are very smart. That is why, you know, Britain almost conquered the whole world. The Europeans in general, they conquered the world. They are smart. They treat people in their different ways. There are people that they cannot be able to conquer their religion. Now they encourage their own religion, but they use one way or the other to manipulate them. That is Britain. They are highly savvy in their approach. politically, religiously, otherwise. They use religion where they can. They divert people's attention where they can through many ways. So what we are doing here, many people, some of them have not come in terms with the reality of what we are doing. Some people also, as I can tell you, the docs, some people are too afraid, or can I say too shocked, to see that, look, so this thing that have been going on, it is no, I cannot believe it. That is their mindset. So this thing my father have trained me on, my mother trained me on. So after all, it is about many lies. No, they block their mind. I say no, I cannot believe it. It is not true. So they don't want to believe. Some people are also looking at it. It's just like a pastor, for example, who is an IPOB member. Now you tell him, okay, to outrightly close his church because change and turn into it's impossible, because he's making his living there. So the way he will be doing it, he will be mixing truth in his preaching to the people, because he has a conscience, and also not to lose them by just hitting them hammer so that all of them will run away. These are games, but at a time will come when things will now spread. Like I used to also solicit in our quest for going back to our roots. We should also try to standardize things, our own roots, make it palatable and attractive for this modern time generation in order to attain. You cannot expect new generations to go to maybe a shrine where you kill goat and cow is a poto. It's dirty, smelling. It's impossible. It is not attractive in this our era. So there are many things to come in terms with, of which the perfection of all will be the coming of Biafra, whereby things will be put in place. There will be people in charge of these affairs. There are people, like-minded fellows, that will come and say, okay, there is this. After all, the Hebrew you are hearing today, the modern Hebrew language, it was a dead language, let me tell you, just like Latin. It was a liturgical language. What is liturgical? Used only in prayers. But one man, I think, is it Yusuf Ben Yehuda? He is the father of modern Hebrew language you are speaking today. He used cut and join, use Yiddish, this and that, and join everything and start forming language. He first of all trained his wife and children. History made it say that this man kept his wife and children locked in their home, so that they will not even hear the squeak of birds out, so that in order for them to master this new language that they are speaking in Hebrew today, it is not the original Hebrew. Let me tell you, things can start with one person. Do you understand? So that is it. Go on, Mazi, please.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just round it up here for people to call. But my last submission here is that no faith comes by hearing. So people have been hearing about this, our campaigning about the Biafra agitation, and I believe the only way this thing can be solved is until the Biafra come. Then we will now go back our route, have our own life, have our own way of living. But in Nigeria, when we are still in Nigeria, stuck in Nigeria, our people, it will not be easy. So let's work hard. Let Biafra come, so we'll go back to our route to channel our way. Before this thing, we can be free.
Of course.
Good night. Have a nice
day. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Thank you. Of course, that is it. Well, I don't know whether you want to say anything before I come there. What
I wanted to add to our brother is this. Let them look at the Yoruba Christian way. They have their religion mixed with it. We are not condemning or judging anyone, but what we are saying, why should we have to throw away who we are? And again, what he's talking about, there's no way the whole community, people might still up to pick up whatever religion, but what we're saying, that one must understand that religion, whatever the religion is man-made, and they're unique to a particular people, group of ethnicity or group of people. So why would people be imposing their own way of life on us? What happened to our own? Because there's no value or system that is greater than the other. Finally, what I will submit to my brother is this. What we're advocating here is for us to know who we are, because it's written in our DNA, whether we like it or not. That's who we are. We cannot allow it. When you allow your religion is not just the spiritual or the feeling, because I think it's focusing on when it comes to like chasing spiritualism in the name of religion, going to church and worshiping. What we're saying is beyond that. The food we eat, the way we dress, who we wear, how ancestors lived. That's what our way of life. That's what we're calling religion. That's what religion is, because religion is your value system, your way of life, even the spiritual aspect of it, the way you try to find to communicate with God. And all these things are shaped based on your environment and the things within your environment, which they have come to let us know or tell us, force us to believe that our own is dirty, dark, and unworthy, which is not true. That's what we're trying to say. So people can worship whatever they want to worship, but my argument with them, when you're doing what you're doing, you have a purpose. If you don't achieve that, try something else, because life is if you don't take a risk, you can never find what is you don't know. So that's me. I didn't come out of Christianity because somebody ministered to me. I have my reason, I have my conviction. That is why I left. So what we are doing is to open people's mind. Think, ask questions. Ask yourself all these questions. Ask your pastors. Ask your ministers. Whoever they are, questions. Maybe you will get to that awakening. Then you make that decision. That's what we are doing here. Nothing more, nothing less. That's the way I look at it, man.
We must continue. I think we are gradually heading. We are 4 hours now, heading towards the end of this program, but we must continue. Caller on signal. I think. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
I can hear you much.
Mazi, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. My name is Sammy Chris. I'm from Ethiopia. Before I proceed, I had my golf and the phone go. Then we didn't shave off. My stepdad brother is almost 90 years now. He went to Biafra war. And before he got the Biafra war, there was a dispute between him and our stepbrother anyway, our uncle, and both of them. And we na Asia and Asia, Onyaki Adocha Galuta, and the other person, Ahodianya Root, and where he came back. And it's alive today, up to today. He lives in Olo as I speak. So the sum of agbogo mo fun choro ego onye obula anọ obi ade nwe bo sharo ri pere o fi leru to shiri pere ko zo shiri e wonda ka do cha ndo onye obula no chara maka m ga do cha ni je aga ma ga do cha ni shi maka m di so aga ba den do fun Biafra.
He said,
my brother, I want to contribute something regarding to what you people have. You have said a lot. The last brother that called on Sky and WhatsApp that you are having educated somehow, a very substantial point there that the Ekoshagi, since we don't know how many years the Ekoshagi that church, and that's have to give every answer he needed. Why we are taking everybody that our leader so that we must carry everybody along. I got carry on your along. Mana, let me give an example or reference to what is happening in Nigeria today. Just a reference. If you see what is happening in Nigerian political dispensation today, you see today they will be obedient to Obi that people are running, even people outside Igbo land or Biafra land
are reigning today is because the problem of Nigeria, the Juga Honolulu, people are being tired of the system of Nigeria. All my things is working very well. Even this youth, if you go and get your PVC, they will not even wake up. They will tell everything concern politics because things are moving very well. In this they castigate Igbo. Not even Igbo. No Igbo person has responded to that man. But other people from Edo, from Fulani Hausa area are responding to those people. The system, they needed something. And one thing will happen to what we are talking about in Biafra. By the time you become knowledgeable about our culture, then you compare it and contrast it. You understand this how many years? What impact has it done in our life? And that is exactly what is how will happen. So that is the contribute I want to give to the brother that you speak last to in order to adjust something. So one other thing I want to say, in my place where I came from, when a child was born, and that child maybe will become rough in life, disturbing, even causing problems, any place you go, fighting and quarreling, the elders will look at that child and say, this child, the spirit that didn't collect this boy or somehow is not in order. And I so I will talk say, you see this person, you will be behaving very well. But then where the corruption in the politics, in this tradition, in an Igbo. From this so they become using this thing as a means of fraud, duping people. Now people will come in and begin to see that never in here now work or this or this is our tradition. This is maybe share, and people will follow up. And in order to complete this thing, my brother, you said something. You can't serve two masters at a time. Indeed, there are religion saying that you cannot serve two masters taking the next or the other one. And that's the only defeat our religion, belief. As is going to line the whole correct. And people follow it up. But there's one thing I'm still digging out to find out exactly the comprehensive of what happened in Igbo land. My own view and what I've been getting through my research and other things, seeing that in the Igbo also their man about our religion and traditional belief and everything was all killed, because if you look the same people that give us religion, the British, the same notes they give the Fulani, the same bring the same colony, but they left the Fulani and the Hausa religion. They didn't touch their own. It's only in our Igbo land they change. We begin to change our name, change everything about us. So as to why
Mazi, and after Mazi, and add it up, after everything imposing their own religion on us, they carry us hand over to another religion. You know, it's absurd. Had it been they supported us and continue supporting, we say, okay, there is something, there is a bond, religious bond between us and them. These are people that we are taking our money, Methodist collection, our money, we send it to Canterbury in England. But they support our killers. You know, all these things is absurd, honestly. It should make reasonable, you know, it's before it seems that we don't reason. No, I'm telling you. It seems that we don't reason. So this radio is making us, this radio platform is poking our brain to start reasoning. How is it that people that brought and tell you, say, okay, be with us as a disabled, they impose their religion. Oh, we are brothers now through religion. But they, from back, they go and hand you over to another religion to start killing you, subjugating you. Does it make a sense? Does it make any sense?
No,
okay.
Not at all.
Okay, go on.
So now, coming to that, they hand over to the Fulanese, and these people worship another god. And what I understand that our ancestors resisted them. As a result of this, they kill the prominent people that could have carried us along in our religious belief and other things. They kill them. Through the teaching of our leader, I understand many things. Our leader said they defeated the people from Marocho. Remember, in every community within the Igbo land, have Aro people. They came there to live, and they told us that their people and without us knowing that, because of Aro and the Aro British War, they fought for many years, led them to scatter all over Igbo land. In my village, we have them. And I have asked about them many years ago. As on the barrels on the Meru, they live in a plan. They are very intelligent. From the Arab people, and they come in our village. They begin to marry our sisters within the same village. So this is where my question begins to ask. These people from my village are married people from my village. Why? And we don't marry together. Now my uncle and my mother begin to tell me the history of these people, and what they told me that and that time we some of us refused to integrate with them. Now some has in the but through the teaching of our leader, I begin to comprehend the totality of what happened. That these people run out of the Afro-British War. And that's what led them to scatter all over Igbo land. And they colonize it and call it Harumerala. So, my brother, what we are teaching, you people are teaching here and we are talking here is to enlighten ourselves. You are talking about what we could have given to pay money to Britain and other things. When you come to Vatican here in Italy where I live, do you know that there are things, even some chaplet is so 3,000 euro? 3,000 euro, I'm telling you. Go there, you see it. And the day I went there, I see somebody that came from home, and them inside there. And she saw some certain things. She began to price all these things they draft like a religious something, church and other things. It began to price 3,000, 1,500, 2,000 euro. Then we run away. We say, let us go. We don't learn it in this and that. He's saying, as you have discovered your own, I discovered my own. Last time I told you that I married, I didn't wear in the church. Even my son, I born here, I never give him the English name. And they have a lot of quarrel. People calling me guy, I can't. You have only, and I make it to be very long, 9 letters. That is, if you don't like, it's left for you. Because I had one teaching from social media. One woman said, if the white people can pronounce Lewandowski, Schwarzenegger, very complicated to pronounce, then why can't you pronounce Emeka, Uzoma, Chidem? Why? It is your duty, your responsibility to learn how to pronounce it.
Chapter 4,
I'm not going to worry myself. I will
Nigerian
this is my name, and it's your duty. So this is how we'll be doing it gradually. We reconvert ourselves to our traditional belief. And that is all I have to say. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
There were. Thank you very much, my brother. I will take this last caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Please, you are the last caller. You have been there since exactly 15 minutes. Go on, please.
Mazi, Jonathan, good evening.
Come to the program. Please go on.
I greet Wanda Marian Haider.
Thank you. God bless.
Mazi, your submission this evening touched my heart. It's a great teaching that nobody expect that it will come by this time. earth is a great teaching. Mazi, so many things have gone wrong. So many things have gone wrong in our communities. Just like as you said, there are so many things in the land which we don't know. And I believe that one thing that happened is because we don't know where we are coming from and who we are. Really, we don't know who we are. If we know who we are, we know that we are number one people on earth. Mazi, in the eastern region where we have so many traditions, like where I didn't say my name. My name is Onisachukumba. I'm calling from my location in the Zoo Dungeon. The way I come from in Eastern North, there is a river in my village. That river, they give birth to me. I saw it like that. That place has a dog, a 2-hole, big hole, just like on me. What you call on me? Just like that, naturally. 2 or 3 places, big and mighty. And that hole, Mazi, water, you cannot dry water from January to December, even in dry season. And when I was growing up, I come to know that that river fed some like 4 villages very close to my place. 4 villages, it fed them water even in the dry season. They fresh water from that river. And I begin to grow up. I asked my father, who dug these 3 holes, these big holes? There is water on it every time, and any erosion water cannot enter them. Water from the water cannot flow and enter that place. He told me, my son, this place saw it like that. That is how Chukwokike do it. And I begin to grow. Some we see mystery things like we used to come. And when we are little, they will tell us not to near that place, that we shouldn't go to river if rainbow appear. And Mazi, can you believe the mystery? When you watch out the rainbow is facing there, dropping his mouth in that place, those holes, that river, and it's covered with bamboo tree, Asian bamboo tree. It's still there now. About 2 holes have covered because this thing that you're teaching this evening. Because we forgot to know who we are. We forgot our tradition, and we embrace white man tradition, and that is our main problem. But I thank God for this teaching because we are going back where we're coming from. Thank God for Mazi. And Mazi brought us this far and opened our eyes to see what have gone wrong in our life, and we are correcting them. Mazi, that river is still exists now. I'm not telling you this thing is still there. Those mystery I saw. Then one thing that happened after many years, I reside here right now. So Zoo Dungeon. So coming home, I get home. So a lady told me, one woman like that told me that, did I say something about the river? I said no, I don't know, but all I know that this river doesn't dry water. I'm talking about how many villages. And it's a woman they married in my village. Maybe in their own village they didn't have something like that. He said there is something like why he's telling me this, because he saw me from small when they married him that I'm a little bit wise and a staff. So I thank you. I know that how did you that he have seen me. I said thank you. He said there's something a white man, a Chinese, a railway worker that has a contract from the zoo government, a railway worker in the maintenance railway, all the way from down there, the source of that, so they dig that mighty gutter to cross across the railway. So that's where there is no water. they now trusted it and come to that place and go that location where those two ports, those two modern river is. They get to that place. Then the Chinese man shouts, and the woman was there. The Chinese man what? The woman said, Chinese, why did you shout? He said that our people were in blindness, that nobody know what God Almighty, Chukwuemeka Abiyama, have done in this place, what is have hidden here, and what you have done in this our land. And this place is a blessed land. That's what the Chinese man said to that woman. And the woman said it to me. I said yes. So Mazi, in your submission, whatever you're saying so many things, there are so many locations in Biafra land. There is so many things, mystery things of testimonies, things that can fetch us money, things that can take us to the modern world that is in Biafra land. There is a river, I want to tell you. That river, they call it Blue River. It's located in Azummiri, Ndoki. That is in Aba side. So that is where the river is complete Blue River. If you Google it, it will show you Azummiri. That river is pure blue. This ECCDC, this Chinese people that was building a road that from Akwa to that Azummiri, they are continuing to Akwete. I was opportune that time. I was a trailer driver. I was opportune to run that road. Then I saw them trying to cover that road because there's a place that water now heap on a place like that. He gathered himself very big in one corner, then crossing road with the currents. You know where the to please the gods of water no way. They try to cover no way. But now finally Mazi, that small current that across the road that located to the sea branch that go to into the tree and all system that enter to the sea branch. They do it, they could not cover it.
There Mazi.
Like no way.
There were, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, my brother. I think you are the last caller. Thank you. There are many things, many mysteries that mysteries unexplored in our land. Why? Because of one, ignorance and the effect of this foreign religion. You know, when you want to maybe make research or try to go deep to discover research on something like that, they will tell you, oh, you are entering into Aroshe, please, that thing is demonic, please don't go there. Hey, you want to saw your hand as a demon, this and that. And they use ignorance to cover you, and darkness continues. Wanda, please come in to make your departing remarks and final remarks for today's program before we close. There we go.
Yes, Mazi. People who are asking questions, why are we doing, what are we going to do with people who are still practicing some other religion? Like I said before, the intention is not to make anybody to, or force anybody to go back to traditional religion. But even the traditional religion we're talking about, we're saying that it needs to evolve. You know, so because no religion is perfect, but everybody holds onto their own. Why should we not hold onto our own? That's the message we are trying to pass through. And if you're doing something and you're not getting the result you want, try something else. Anytime you're doing something, unless you don't have a purpose, you don't have a set goal, and that thing is not paying dividend, you continue to do it, you will do the same thing. Just like the story that one of the callers called. Somebody had an accident, bleeding. You brought olive oil.
poured on the person. Did he heal? No. He did not heal. So that people will not learn. I have been waiting for anybody that will come out to tell me this happened and I poured olive oil and the person became well. Because olive oil is used for cooking. Olive oil has no spiritual power or strength, because even where the way it is processed, the people that are processing it do not attach any spiritual importance to it. They process it as a cooking oil. Our people are the ones using it for whatever. And like I said, yes, it can be used as a product to produce to harness the essence of herbs or roots. We want to turn it to tincture. It can be used. But if you ask me, I would rather use the palm oil before I use it. I would rather use the palm kernel oil, because this relates to my DNA. This relates to my culture. It relates to who I am. I want to be closer to my DNA. There's a reason why I was born there. You know, there is this man, Dr. Sabia. I don't know whether you heard about him. He's dead. He was a Jamaican. And he was sick for a long time. Tried every conventional treatment. He's on internet, Dr. Sabia. They couldn't help him. What he did, when he turned back to Jamaican traditional way of life, eating their own food, that was how, and using their herbs, that's how he got his healing. This propelled him. He left the United States and went to somewhere in Spanish, very close to America here, and established a traditional hospital. And he helped a lot of people. I listened to that man's messages. He did had a lot of programs he made on this thing. He asked some questions. That was when I started listening to him, the ones that were coming out from practicing Christianity or with any religion at all. He asked this question, which is one of the things I used to make argument with. He said, there's a reason why when you go to Poland or toward the northern part of the earth, the Arctic region, you have some special kind of animals, like the bears, these ice bears or something like that, snow bears, whatever they call. You don't have them in Africa. There's a reason why, like where I am today, I don't have ogo, I have kale. It's not a mistake. And there's a reason why God put people in those locations. These things are for you to use them, to harness them, to evolve them, and sell the idea to other people. Not everybody will buy it. Even this traditional religion we are promoting, not everybody will buy it. But that's who we are. Because once you allow the value of who you are to go into extent, you as a culture, you as a community of people are done. You are finished. That's what we're talking about here. And that's what we're trying to promote. Thank you, Mazi. I hope that people understand me right.
We have finally come to the end of this program. But what I want to say is this. Some people might think that we are casting aspersion or castigating. Let me tell you, we shouldn't and we will never continue being apologetic in what we are doing. It doesn't matter how you see it. Because the people that did this thing to us, they were not even looking at our sentiments. They want to clear us as a people. They want to put us gradually into extinction. So we shouldn't be apologetic also when we're doing our thing. When saving ourselves, you stand. That is my stand. Therefore, in as much as we are here, that Biafra is for everybody, every religion. But we must tell ourselves the truth. We identified one of the major problems troubling us as a people, and we are dealing with it in our own way. We are not apologetic at all. As I said before, can you think, I want you to reason, just think. People that came and raped our women, kill our children. They use our babies, they fed our babies to crocodiles for fun. They carried the black people into cities of Europe, lock them as in a cage, and be throwing banana. People will be coming to watch as if they are monkeys and other lower animals. These people that did all these horrible things, they killed for fun. They killed our people for fun, but they want us to go to heaven. Don't you? They want us to go to another better place that, oh, is only paved with gold. Don't you? As no, before we were stupid. Now we should start reasoning, understand that there is something terribly wrong. You know, okay, they want us to continue being like that, being like farm animals, no reaction. Anywhere they tell us, we agree. Oh, we wear tie, we wear under 50 degrees Celsius, we wear tie and suit in the name of Kaina Meko Kaina, or we are one of them in their religion, and they carried us, put us in the hands of killers, terrorists, supporting them to deal with us. And you are telling me that we should continue like this? Is that what you are telling me? Let us go back to our roots. And that thing, I don't know anything of the way Ekumeku fought, the courage they obtained from our traditional way of life. That is what we are going to go back, because this is go back to, because these Europeans, they are smart in order to demonize and destroy that way of life that challenged them unto us. You understand? So that we continue fighting ourselves and they have the upper hand. The time to change the status quo is now. We start our physical liberation from this mental liberation. That is what we are doing. Therefore, Biafra is our religion. Biafra is who we are. Biafra is our identity. If you don't have, if you have any other religion apart from Biafra, you are mistaken. What we are doing is yielding fruits. Do not be discouraged. The European Parliament, a member of European Parliament, have spoken publicly, first in history, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released. And he called Biafra, he didn't choke her publicly on public television, first in history. Therefore, why should we stop? If we stop, we are all gone. Please, our leader must be released, and we should continue what we are doing. I love the prayer of one of our brothers, that all God of thunder, onye no na this struggle, that you are not genuine, you will have ulterior motive. Elu na alabuya. May hold the fruit, reap the fruit of his labor, because it baffles me. Upon what we are suffering, you see people that what matters to them is money, 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 money. How to steal money. The same Nigerian zoo system. We shall never condone this. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, together with one other Marian Haider, it is simply good evening.
Wow.